think everybody is. Yeah, yes. I just feel like a big number.
to the question.
Okay, just making sure.
things that are only marked as exhibits right here. Since there are fewer of those. There is usually the stuff we have in minutes. Oh, sure. Just shows all of this is yours.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? Okay, we are back on the record in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. It's 8:58. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. Are there any additional issues that we need to take up this morning before we bring the jurors in?
Are you recalling Atwood first?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Detective Atwood's gonna testify again, and I'm assuming that we're gonna start with his cross-examination of Ms. Morris, and then any redirect Mr. Wren has?
Yes.
Okay, on that limited issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, any other issues?
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in.
What's that?
Actually, your walkie-talkies already.
Oh, thank you.
Please rise.
Good morning. Welcome to be seated. Apologize for the delay. Had I known we were going to start at 9 o'clock, I would have had you come back at 9 o'clock. We just had to take care of some housekeeping issues and organizing some admitted evidence that's going to be used today, so I apologize for the delay. Detective Atwood, I'm going to have you resume the witness stand. There's a couple more questions the lawyers have for Detective Atwood. Given the lapse of time, I'm going to swear you in again, okay? And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Why don't you have a seat and make yourself comfortable? No need to reintroduce yourself to the jury. Okay. And we're going to just have Ms. Morris continue with her cross-examination, and then we'll see if Mr. Wren has any redirect examination. Ms. Morris?
So we finished up the day yesterday with your testimony regarding the mic that Mr. Eastman mentions in his interview. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told this jury yesterday that you did do follow-up to try to identify who Mike was.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that Larimer County Sheriff's Office, the officers involved in the investigation with this case, wrote 182 reports in this case, correct?
I said approximately. I'd have to count, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
But it's in
It's
the
roughly-
ballpark,
There's a lot of reports.
just shy of 200.
Sure. I have to think. I'm sorry.
And approximately 55 of those were actually authored by you.
Again, I didn't count, but sure.
Okay. And that makes sense that you authored so many of them because you're the lead detective, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wrote a report every time you contacted a witness,
Yes.
anytime you interviewed a witness.
Yes.
You wrote a report every time you collected a piece of evidence.
Yes.
You wrote a report for something even as simple as receiving a letter in reference to the case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, you had a supplement 80, you received 2 letters from Wells Fargo, and you wrote a report about that.
Yes, ma'am.
And not one of your 55 or approximately reports documented your claimed investigative efforts into identifying Mike.
That is correct.
And when you were interviewing Mr. Eastman, you weren't aware, at least at the outset, that a body had been found until long into the interview.
That is correct.
And you didn't have confirmation that that body that was found was Ms. Frank until the autopsy, correct?
Yes, on the 18th.
Okay, 2 days after you concluded your interview with Mr. Eastman.
Yes, ma'am.
So during the entire interview with Mr. Eastman, Ms. Frank's whereabouts were unknown.
Towards the end of it, I was aware that she was possibly located at Mr. Brownell's property.
Possibly.
Yeah, but she wasn't identified.
Correct. And Mr. Eastman told you during the interview that she could be with Mike,
Yes.
right? And when you told him that, you didn't ask Mike who?
That is correct.
You didn't ask for his last name.
Correct.
You didn't ask for any more identifying information.
That is correct.
You didn't ask for his date of birth if you knew it.
Yes.
Didn't ask for any, descriptors like height or weight or hair color.
We did not.
So your investigative efforts into identifying Mike involved searching law enforcement databases, correct?
That is correct.
And Facebook.
Facebook was locked down, but yes,
Okay. For someone named Mike, no last name.
that is correct. It's a
And-
very common name.
So it's a very common name. Also could be a nickname for someone named Michael.
Could be.
And so your efforts to identify Mike, which you didn't bother to document, consisted of searching databases and Facebook, which was locked down, as you said, for a common name with no last name.
That is correct.
And you knew Alex McLaughlin was close with his mother.
That is correct.
And you never, during the course of this investigation, contacted Alex McLaughlin or any of her sons to see if they had information about Mike.
That is correct.
And you testified in previous hearings in this case, right?
I have.
More than one hearing, right?
Yes.
Preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes. Well, proof evident,
So also called a preliminary hearing
yeah.
and a motions hearing.
Yes.
And the first time you ever mentioned doing anything to look into Mike's identity was nearly 2.5 years later at trial.
I don't believe I was asked.
You were questioned about Mike, correct?
During this hearing, yes.
During previous hearings, you were questioned about Mike and Mr. Eastman's statements regarding Mike.
I do not recall that.
Sorry, gotta get to it. So would,
Ms.
it-
Morse, can you
sorry.
front speed the page? This is the prelim transcript.
160. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a certified transcript of your testimony from that hearing? Sure. May I approach, please, Judge?
Yes.
So let's start the previous day, or the previous page?
There's a little bit of context, but Mike specifically is referenced on 160.
So where am I? Is it just this right here?
Asking, the question was whether or not the question was whether or not you were questioned regarding Mike at a previous hearing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, you're done.
Yes.
Mr. Wren.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I answer the question?
Sorry, I thought you said yes, but just, I guess, to clarify.
I guess I was referring to the report that I saw it. I'm sorry.
So, was your recollection refreshed after reviewing that transcript?
Yes.
And you were questioned regarding Mike during that preliminary hearing, correct?
There was an indication that I was questioned about a guy named Mike, an ex-boyfriend, but there was no other context to it.
Okay. But you were asked a question about an ex-boyfriend,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Mr. Wren.
Let's talk about the context in which the name Mike came up. That was only introduced in this case during your interview with Mr. Eastman on the 16th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the only reference made to Mike by Mr. Eastman was that she may have had an affair or cheated on him with some guy named Mike.
That is correct.
At some point in the past.
Yes.
And then when you were talking about where is Heather now, he threw out a comment that said, who knows, she's maybe with Mike, correct?
Yes, I think that there was something more about that, but yes.
Okay. She suggested that she may have run off with Mike again, correct?
That is correct.
And the only information that you got from Mr. Eastman about this Mike was his first name, correct?
That is correct.
And that he may live around, somewhere in Greeley around the hospital.
That is correct.
No further information.
No other information other than that.
And that they may have had some kind of relationship in the past.
That is correct.
There's no indication that there was a Mike at Troy Bonnell's house, correct?
No indication, sir.
There was no indication that there was a Mike at the burn pit with Kevin Eastman when Heather Frank's body was approximately 20 feet away, correct?
That is correct.
In the scope of this massive investigation, did tracking down Mike, after you knew that Heather Frank's body had been found, seem like an important detail to spend a lot of resources on?
It was not.
No further questions.
Ms. Morris, anything else?
Yes. So during your interview with Mr. Eastman, he didn't just reference Mike once, right?
I believe it was 3 times.
So let's go through those times, okay? So he first referenced Mike when he indicated that he had found out she was still seeing her ex, Mike, while they were together, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what you just said.
Yes. So the first time that Mr. Eastman introduced the name Mike was when he was discussing with you that he found out she was still seeing her ex, Mike, while they were still together.
I think the first reference was she's probably with Mike.
Okay. So would it refresh your recollection to look at a certified transcript of the interview that you conducted with Mr. Eastman?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is it anything further than that?
That's the first reference,
And how far into the interview is this?
page 30,
Okay.
134.
So what you just referenced?
Hold on a second. I can see what you referred him to.
Page 30. It's highlighted.
ask a question.
So does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first reference to Mike was when he was talking about he found out he was still seeing her ex, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the next instance is when he said, remember she could be with Mike. Right?
Is that that she's possibly with Mike?
What he told you was, remember she could be with Mike, I mean. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the next time that he referenced Mike, he said that she had disappeared with Mike for a couple of years before, correct?
If I remember correctly, it was a couple years before that she may have disappeared with Mike, but I don't know if there was an actual time frame that she disappeared with him.
So my question was, the next reference that Mr. Eastman made to Mike was when he told you she disappeared with Mike for a couple of days before and almost lost her job over it.
That's more accurate, yes.
Then, the next time he referenced Mike was when he was saying she obviously doesn't love him because she's probably with Mike again, correct?
Correct.
And then the next time he referenced it is when he said she's probably out with Mike right now, correct?
Is that,
It's a different reference than before.
I'm going to have to see that, I'm sorry.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may approach for one moment. Page 75. I may approach?
Sure.
Bring your attention to line 54.
Okay, so this is a conversation that she had with Investigator Myatt, that Mr. Eastman had with Mr. Myatt?
Who was in the room at the same time as you, correct?
Okay.
Does this refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So the next reference that Mr. Eastman made to Mike is when he said he's out with Mike right now.
That is correct.
And then the next reference was when he said she's probably over at Mike's house, and he described the general location of where that is.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, anything else?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to join the prosecution. Next witness, Mr. Rowe?
People call Kiara Winch to the stand.
Good morning. And before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name. Why don't you also spell your first name and your last name?
My first name is Chiara. It's spelled Chiara, and my last name is Winch. That's spelled Wensch.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Winch. If I could have you tell this jury what you do for a living and where you are employed, please.
I am a forensic scientist in the Biological Sciences Unit at the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory.
And are you employed by a particular county or are you a CBI employee?
I'm employed employed by the Weld County Sheriff's Office as a criminalist 3, and I work in the biological sciences unit there at the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory.
And how long have you worked in the forensic services unit?
I've worked at the laboratory for over 8 years, and prior to that, I worked in the state of Wisconsin at the crime laboratory in Milwaukee for 23 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities at the lab?
As a forensic biologist, I examine items of evidence for the presence of biological materials. Those can include blood, semen, and saliva, or collections of possible trace DNA. I then will characterize those using DNA analysis, make comparisons to references or knowns, some calculated statistic, issue reports to my findings, and sometimes testify in court.
Can you tell this jury what your educational background is which qualifies you for this position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Carroll College in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I took additional coursework at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in organic chemistry, biochemistry, and molecular biology.
Have you received any specialized training in the area of forensic serology and DNA analysis?
I have. I've completed training programs at both the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee, as well as the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in both forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Are you a member of any professional organizations, and do you have any professional certifications related to that type of work?
I'm a member of the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists, and I am certified in molecular biology by the American Board of Criminalistics.
Have you been endorsed or qualified as an expert witness in those areas in court on previous occasions?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I don't know the number of endorsements, but I've testified approximately 117 times.
And does that include Weld County?
It does.
At this time, Your Honor, the people would offer Ms. Wench as an expert in forensic serology and DNA analysis.
No objection.
So the court is going to find that Ms. Wench, based on her knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education, is an expert in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis pursuant to Rule 702, the Rules of Evidence, and may offer an expert opinion with regard to that subject matter.
Let's begin by defining those terms, if you would. What is forensic serology?
Serology is the examination of items of evidence for the possible presence of a body fluid. Those can include blood, semen, saliva. We sometimes also will make collections in the absence of a body fluid for potential DNA or skin cells. We also make observations during the serological process and take notes on the items of evidence, as well as make collections for future DNA analysis.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It acts as a person's blueprint. As people, we get half of our DNA from our biological mother and half from our biological father. We also share 99% of our DNA as humans. It's the less than 1% that varies from person to person that we look at with the type of testing that we perform in forensic. And that's what makes you unique as an individual.
And what is the purpose of forensic DNA testing?
So with any forensic testing, we're comparing unknowns to knowns. With forensic DNA analysis, we are trying to make an association of a person to a location, to an item of evidence, or to another person. So it's to link an individual possibly to a crime scene.
You just mentioned knowns to unknowns. What are some form of knowns that you receive in your work?
So knowns are reference samples that we receive, and those can be in the form of a buccal swab, which is a swab taken from the inside surface of your cheek. Buccal refers to oral cavity. Or they could be a DNA card or a blood stain card that's collected at the time of autopsy.
Can you describe the general process that you use in performing forensic serology and DNA analysis on an item of evidence, this comparison that you're talking about?
Well, serology is the precursor to the DNA analysis. So every item of evidence is examined individually. We may test it for potential body fluids. We then make collections from that item or take a swabbing from an item in an absence of a body fluid for potential DNA analysis. Once we have the samples, we then will proceed to the process of DNA analysis. The first step is called extraction. That's where we break open the cells, releasing the DNA and cleaning up. We then go through a process of estimating the quantity of DNA present in that sample. The next step is where we copy specific locations of that DNA, and then we separate that into the genetic locations that we test. With the type of testing that we perform, we look at 21 different autosomal locations, and that means that you can have up to 2 types as a person at any one location, one from your biological mother and one from your biological father. The locations that we look at, you can have repeats of the sequence. And the number of times that that sequence repeats at that genetic location is what we call your type. Both types make up one genetic location. You can have the same type, meaning that you got the same type from both mother and father, or you can have 2 different types at that location. And then the entirety of the profile, or every genetic location, the 21 autosomal and the 3 sex determining locations that we look at, make up what we call your STR profile.
Is DNA different from person to person?
Yes, with the exception of identical twins.
And is a person's DNA the same throughout their body and across different sources, such as saliva, blood, semen, etc.?
Yes.
Is it always possible to develop a DNA profile from an item of evidence?
Not always. That depends on the quantity and the quality of potential DNA present. The first step, of course, is serology, where we have to try to find the biological material that we're going to test. Sometimes that could be relatively simple if you have, say, for instance, a saturated or a dark, what appears to be a blood stain. We can visually see that and take a small portion of it. Or it could be more difficult where we do not have a body fluid present, but we need to collect for potential DNA, and that could be possibly skin cells that we can't actually see. So the quantity and the quality of the biological material plays a role in whether or not we will be able to develop a DNA profile, and something of low quantity, we may not be able to develop a profile or only a partial profile, and of low quality. So usually something that is a body fluid will be more likely to give us a profile or develop a profile from, because there's just more DNA available than something that may be from left skin cells, for instance.
After you generate a DNA profile from a piece of evidence, what do you do next?
After I develop a profile from a question item, I would observe that profile or look at it to determine if it's from a single source, meaning from one person, or if it was a mixture of DNA. If it's a mixture, then I also need to determine the possible number of contributors that are present within that mixture. And we do that by looking at the overall profile as well as the number of types at each genetic location. If you remember previously, I told you that you can have up to 2 types at one genetic location. So if you have more than 2 types at any location, that indicates there's another contributor to that. So if you have up to 4, that means you have potentially 2 contributors. If you have 5, then you have potentially 3 contributors, and so on.
And then once you've identified the number of contributors, do you then make a comparison and generate a statistic?
I do. So once we've interpreted the profile, we then will compare it to known reference samples from individuals and generate a statistic to give weight to any possible inclusion that we make. The statistic that we perform is called a likelihood ratio.
Can you talk a little bit more about what a likelihood ratio is meant to convey?
So a likelihood ratio is performed to give weight to any possible inclusion. And what a likelihood ratio is, it's two competing explanations for the evidence. So given the profile that we observe, the first proposition that we look at is, or explanation for the evidence is, given the profile, how likely is it that this person is contributing to the DNA? The second portion of that ratio is, given the profile that is observed, how likely is it that it's not this person that we're comparing it to, that it's someone other than this person? So if a likelihood is greater than 1, that is support for the first explanation of the evidence, which means that that person could be contributing to that DNA profile. If it's less than 1, that means there's support for the second explanation of the evidence, meaning that it's not the person that we're comparing it to, it's someone other than that individual.
And what if it is 1?
If it is 1, that's considered uninformative because you have approximately equal support for both explanations of the evidence.
Okay. And is there a verbal scale associated with these likelihood ratios?
There is. We use a verbal scale to give some sort of perspective as to what the actual numbers in a likelihood ratio mean. Our laboratory uses this verbal scale that likelihood ratios from 1 but less than 2 are considered uninformative because there's approximately equal support for both explanations, one being that the person could be a contributor and the other meaning the observed profile is from another unknown individual.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
A likelihood ratio from 2 to 99 provides limited support for the first explanation. A likelihood ratio from 100 to 9,999 is moderate support for the first explanation. A likelihood ratio from 10,000 to 999,999 provides strong support that that person may be included as a contributor to the mixture. And any likelihood ratio over 1 million is considered very strong support.
What are some factors that can impact the likelihood ratios?
So factors that can affect the likelihood ratio are the quantity and the quality of the profile, as well as the number of contributors that may be present in the profile. So as a profile becomes less informative, meaning there's less genetic information available, the likelihood ratio will become lower and trend towards 1. The number of contributors can affect it because as the number of contributors increases, the likelihood ratio tends to decrease.
If you could talk for a moment about why STR DNA analysis is and how is it different from what you've been talking about up to this point?
So far I've been talking about STRs as short tandem repeats on the autosomal chromosomes. So as a person, we have 23 pair of chromosome. 22 of them are considered autosomal. That's what I've been talking about so far. We have a 23rd pair, which are the sex-determining chromosomes. So genetically speaking, a female will have an X or 2 X chromosomes, and a male will have 1 X and 1 Y chromosome. So why STR analysis is similar to STR analysis where we're looking at specific genetic locations and the number of repeats at that location is what we call your type. However, it differs because we're only looking at the Y chromosome, so it's male specific. And because it's male specific, it's inherited from your biological father. So a male is XY, so we're only looking at the Y, which means that information was inherited as a group from your biological father. So anybody within the same paternal line will most likely have the same YSDR profile. So that includes a grandfather, a grandson, a father, the father's brother, as long as they all have the same paternal lineage or the same family line.
And is the statistic that is generated from YSDR testing different than the likelihood ratio that you were just talking about?
It is. So the statistic that we generate from the YSTR profiles would be called the counting method. And basically, we will enter this profile into a reference database of YSTR profiles and observe the number of times that has been seen. Once we have that, we apply that back to a population and tell you basically how many people would be expected to have that potential YSTR profile, or how many males could be included in that.
All right, now that we've been educated on how you do your work, I want to talk about your analysis in this case. Did your lab receive evidence in this case from both the Lemmer County Sheriff's Office as well as the Weld County Sheriff's Office for serological testing as well as DNA comparison?
We did.
And were those items all submitted under two unique case numbers specific to the Lemmer County side of the investigation, and then other items submitted under a Weld County Sheriff's Office case number?
That's correct.
And is the Lemmer County Sheriff's Office case number in this matter 20-1242?
Yes.
And was the Weld County Sheriff's Office case number 20-005761?
That's correct.
You talked about comparing a known reference sample to an unknown profile that you may develop from a piece of evidence, right?
That's correct.
Did you receive known reference samples from various individuals in this case to compare against evidentiary items that were submitted for analysis?
I did.
Let's kind of walk through those known reference samples that you used in this case, starting with, let me grab these. We've laid these out by numerical numbers, so hopefully they'll be quick and easy to find. Okay, approach, Sean?
Sure.
Which I'm handing you 5 envelopes, and we'll walk through each of those in a moment here. If I could have you first look at what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 116, if you could find that item, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item as a buccal swab that was noted to be have been collected from Heather? Excuse me, that's a DNA card, correct?
Yes, it's
Heather.
a DNA card that was collected from Heather Frank.
Right. And is that the item that you used as the known reference sample for DNA comparison in this case for purposes of Heather Frank.
It is, and I recognize it based on our laboratory label and item number, as well as my initials and date on the tape.
You would, it's already been offered at this point, Your Honor. If I could have you just place that off to the left so we don't get them confused there. Thank you. Perfect. And then if I could have you grab Exhibit 107 from that stack. And if you could tell us whether or not you recognize that item.
Yes, this is a buccal swab collected from Mr. Troy Bonnell.
And is that also an item that you used for a reference sample in conducting your DNA analysis in this case?
Yes.
If I could have you place that off to the left as well and grab People's Exhibit 131. And tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes, this is a buccal swab that was collected from Mr. Kevin Eastman.
Is that also a known reference sample that you used for purposes of your analysis in this case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, have you place that off to the left and then turn to Exhibit 155, please?
This is the DNA card that was collected from Stanley Scott Sessions at autopsy.
And did you receive that item from the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and did you use it as a reference sample for Scott Sessions during your DNA analysis in this case?
I did.
And then finally, Exhibit 138, you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a buccal swab that was collected from a Mr. Armando Gallegos.
Okay. And is that an item that you received in this case and used as a reference sample for Mr. Gallegos in conducting your analysis?
Yes.
Were different batches, and I'll collect those items from you. Were different batches of evidence from different agencies submitted to you at different times in this case?
Yes.
Were you responsible for all of the DNA analysis in this case on behalf of your lab for this particular investigation?
Yes, I am aware of one other item that was sent down to the Denver CBI laboratory.
Okay. And that was tested by Ms. Masha, help me out with her last name, Signevsky?
Yes. But of the 5 reports that I issued, I completed the serology and the DNA analysis.
And so let's just chronologically walk through those different 5 reports if we would. And so I just want to go in that order, if that would assist you in organizing your thoughts and responses, starting with your analysis that is documented in your report dated November 12th of 2020, okay? And if, Deputy Porter, if I could get your assistance in just collecting some of these items as we walk through, might go faster. We'll start with 169. We're gonna go. Here. Aaron, just to speed this up a little bit, does the court have any objection to me using Sergeant Porter as an assistant here?
No.
Great, thank you. Starting with what has been, already admitted as Exhibit 169. Do you recognize that item as one of the items submitted to you in this case?
I do.
And was that submitted to you by the Will County Sheriff's Office or Laramie County?
Laramie County Sheriff's Office.
And just so that we're clear, all of the items that you were testing on behalf of Laramie County were given a different CBI case number, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that case number was 20-160.
And 20-160, yes.
And then for the Weld County submissions, those were given a CBI case number of N20-180, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then and why that's important is because within each CBI case number, the item that you were testing or that you received was given a unique CBI item number, correct?
That's correct.
And so there may be two item number 2s in this case, one under the 160 number and one under the 180 number.
That's correct.
And so I'm just going to differentiate those as we go through to make sure that we keep everything straight in the record. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right, so starting with what has been admitted as Exhibit 169, which is a fixed blade knife and sheath, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct serological testing on that item?
I did. I examined the knife and the sheath for the possible presence of blood, and blood was not indicated on this item or the sheath.
So when you have a negative indication for the presence of biological fluid like that, do you do any further DNA analysis?
Not on this item, no collections were made for DNA.
Because it tested negative for the bodily fluid?
That's correct.
So just to keep things in order here, I'll just go ahead and close as we go, thanks. All right. I'm having what has previously been admitted as Defense Exhibit TT, T as in Tom, provided to you. And that is a red and black flannel shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was that given CBI case number 160, and I'm shortening that for reference here, 160-7.
Yes.
And was that test, was serological testing done on that item as well?
It was.
And did it indicate the presence of blood or not?
No blood was indicated.
Okay. And so was additional DNA testing done on that item?
No, it was not.
All right, turning to, if I could just. Was it in there?
It was.
I thought so too, but I'm not seeing it.
Investigator Atwood showed it to me.
Next, I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as Defense Exhibit VV. V as in Victor, which is identified as a Carhartt brown work pants, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that you also received for analysis and tested or conducted serological testing on?
I did examine the pair of pants for potential or possible blood. Blood was not indicated on this item.
And for the record, that is CBI 160-9, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when I say 9, that's the item number.
Yes.
All right, 151. And 198, that's two. Oh, you want to see it? Okay. All right. Next, I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 151, which was given CBI number 160-13, which was identified as duct tape from the blue cloth wrapped around Sessions' head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you conduct testing on that item as well?
I did.
Did you use the process that you previously described in that DNA testing process?
Yes, I examined it for the possible presence of blood. I did make collections from areas that were less stained. However, the swabbings were tested and they did indicate the presence of blood. And then one of those swabs that I collected from this duct tape was then analyzed for DNA.
What were the results of that analysis?
A DNA mixture that indicated 2 contributors was developed from the swabs of the duct tape. Assuming the presence of Mr. Sessions, this mixture is approximately 560,000 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Sessions and Frank than if it originated from Sessions and an unknown, unrelated individual. That's strong support for the first explanation, and Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Eastman were excluded as potential contributors to this mixture.
So that number that you just gave us, 560,000, that's the likelihood ratio that you previously described?
It is.
And just to explain the process a little bit, you said assuming Scott Sessions. Talk about when assumptions are utilized and why.
So when it's reasonable to assume a contributor, we will. This item was taken off of his person, so it would not be unusual to find his DNA on that item. And as well as that, I also make a visual comparison of the data of the profile itself. So the profile was compared to his reference, and because it appeared to be present at all the locations, I then made the assumption that he was on it for the likelihood ratio purposes.
If I could present you with 198, and Search Reporter, if I could have you deliver 151 back to the court reporter's table, please. I've had Exhibit 198, which has previously been admitted, provided to you, which is identified as CBI 160-16 and labeled as melted plastic from hands and head of Scott Sessions with original packaging. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that an item that you tested in this case as well?
It is. The DNA profile that was developed from item 16.1 indicated a mixture of 2 contributors. Sessions is expected to be present on this item and is an assumed contributor. Mr. Bonnell, Ms. Frank, and Mr. Eastman are all excluded as potential contributors to this mixture profile.
So when you say there are 2 contributors, but we've excluded those 3 people, we don't know who those 2 contributors are then?
One of the contributors is Mr. Sessions. The second contributor is unknown.
All right. Was Sessions assumed in that case, or was that kind of testing done?
He was assumed on this item. I may have done a single likelihood, but I don't have that information.
Okay. Next couple items are going to be 156 and then 199. Search Reporter, if you could provide Ms. Wedge with Exhibit 156, which has previously been admitted and is identified as CBI 160-18 and labeled as duct tape from scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, again, we're talking about items submitted by the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, correct? correct?
That's correct.
What exhibit number is this?
156.
Thank you.
Did you receive that item and did you conduct analysis on it?
I did. Again, I made collections, swabbings of the duct tape. A male DNA profile was developed from item 18.1, or 18.3, I'm sorry. The profile is approximately 2 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Sessions than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. The likelihood ratio provides very strong support for the explanation that Mr. Sessions is contributing the DNA.
Were you able to exclude anybody?
I'm sorry, yes. Mr. Eastman, Ms. Frank, and Mr. Bonnell were excluded as contributors of this profile.
And because this wasn't found on Mr. Sessions' body, but just from the scene where his body was collected, is that why you didn't assume his presence in this particular analysis?
That's correct.
If I could have 199 delivered to Ms. French, please, and if you could take 156 back to the file, thank you. I'm showing you what's already been admitted as People's Exhibit 199, which is labeled as CBI 160-21 and noted to be DNA swabs from steering wheel and gear shift. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you conduct analysis on this item as well?
I did.
What were the results?
A partial DNA profile was developed from the steering wheel gear shift swabs. This profile is consistent with the DNA profile that was developed from Mr. Sessions. Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, and Ms. Frank were excluded as contributors of this partial DNA profile.
I want to go back to that last item for a second and ask an additional follow-up question. The duct tape from the scene, as well as some of these other items, had charring, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can DNA sources be burned off of items?
Yes, if they've been subjected to fire, biological material will also burn.
All right, if we could pull 200 and 201, please. Did you want to see those? I'm showing you what's, well, Detective Porter, or Sergeant Porter, is showing you what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 200 and 201. If you could look at both of those items. For the record, 199 is being placed back on Ms. Palmer's desk. Starting with Exhibit 200, is that DNA, well, let me identify first. Is it labeled as CBI 160-22 and noted to be DNA swabs from bloodstained tent AA subfloor?
That's correct.
Did you receive and test that item as well?
I did.
What were the results of your testing?
I first performed serological examinations on it. Blood was indicated on the swabs. I then developed a DNA profile from the swabs of the subfloor, item 22.1. This profile is approximately 1.7 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Sessions than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This is very strong support for the explanation that Mr. Sessions is contributing the DNA from this item. Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, and Ms. Frank are excluded as contributors of this profile.
And that would make sense because you said this was a single source, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, for those of us not familiar with our numerical scales, what does septillion look like?
Septillion, in this case 1.7, would be followed by 24 zeros.
Turning your attention to the other item that is in front of you, which is what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 201 and identified as CBI 160-23. 23 and labeled DNA swabs from bloodstained tent AB subfloor. Did you receive and test that item as well?
I did. Blood was indicated on this set of swabs as well. A partial DNA profile was developed. That partial profile is approximately 3.2 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Sessions than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This is very strong support for the explanation that Mr. Sessions is contributing to this DNA profile. Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, and Ms. Frank are excluded as contributors to this partial profile.
109 and 110, so it's going to swap. And wire, 110 is wire wrapped around Frank. I'm having what has previously been admitted to you, previously been admitted in this trial as Exhibit 109 provided to you and labeled as CBI 180. So this is a Will County submission, 180-5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is labeled as swab from neck of Frank at autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive this item and analyze it?
I did.
What were the results?
DNA mixture indicative of 3 contributors was developed from the neck swabs. Assuming the presence of Frank, this mixture is approximately 23 quadrillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman and an unknown unrelated individual than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, or Ms. Frank and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This is very strong support for the proposition that Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman are contributing to this DNA mixture.
That likelihood ratio that you just noted was 23 quadrillion, you said?
Yes.
And again, how many zeros after the 23 are we talking about?
15. Assuming the presence of Frank, this mixture is approximately equally likely to be observed if it originated from Frank, Bonnell, and an unknown unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This analysis is uninformative due to the approximately equal support for both explanations of the evidence. Mr. Sessions was excluded as a contributor to this mixture profile.
And with respect to Bonnell, what are the 2 equal explanations that you're referring to again?
One being that this profile is more likely to be observed if you're assuming Frank and Mr. Bonnell and an unknown contributor versus the second explanation that it's Ms. Frank and 2 unknown unrelated people and not Mr. Bonnell. So equal support for both explanations means that this profile is, or as it pertains to Mr. Bonnell, is uninformative.
Did you submit this swab from Ms. Frank's neck to YSTR testing as well?
I did do additional YSTR testing on this item.
What were the results of that testing?
A partial YSTR profile was developed from the neck swabs. The partial Y profile was consistent to the YSTR profile from Mr. Eastman at the locations where results were obtained. This means that Mr. Eastman and all of his paternal male relatives are not excluded as potential contributors to this sample. When searching in the US YSTR, or the Y chromosome haplotype reference database, this profile was not observed in 6,024 males, and applying that back to the population, that means that 1 in 2,011 males could be included. Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Sessions were excluded as contributors of this partial YSTR profile.
If I could have what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 110 provided to you, which has been labeled as CBI 180-6 and noted to be wire wrapped around Frank. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you test that item as well?
I did.
What were your results?
A DNA mixture indicative of 2 contributors was developed from the swabs of the wires. This mixture is approximately 3.6 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Ms. Frank and an unknown unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that is limited support for the presence of Ms. Frank on the swabbing of the wires. This mixture is approximately 47,000 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Eastman and an unknown unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that likelihood ratio provides strong support for the inclusion of Mr. Eastman in this mixture profile. Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Sessions are both excluded as contributors to the DNA mixture from the wires.
You said wires. Were there multiple wires that were provided to you from the wire wrapped around Ms. Frank's body and recovered at autopsy, or was there just one section?
It was a section, but it appeared to be taped at the end, so there were layers of wire, I believe, right here. I can pick it up and show you. So you can see that it's multiple, like in a circular pattern. So it could be one continuous, but they're taped at the ends. And I swabbed the surface of the wires on 2 swabs and used one for DNA analysis.
Okay, so when you receive an item such as that, and maybe if you could stand up with wire, I don't know if everybody could see it from where you're seated there. When you receive an item like that, how do you pick where to swab to see if you can identify DNA?
Well, it depends on the item. This particular item was, I was told that it was wrapped around, I believe, plastic sheeting around Ms. Frank's body. So I was trying to collect cellular material from anyone who may have had contact with that wire. So I would attempt to swab only using 2 swabs because we need to concentrate as much cellular material on the swabs as possible. I would run that along the length of the entire wire, all of it, except for the taped areas. I would skip those.
Okay, so you're taking a swab and trying to collect DNA from the length of the whole wire, not just one spot on the wire?
Not on this. I think I did the entire object. So I would have taken 2 swabs at the same time and swabbed the entire thing.
Okay. 111 and 114. Plastic sheeting and marbles. Which one's that? Plastic sheet, 111. Yeah. Next, I'm having what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 111 provided to you. That is identified as CBI 180-7 and noted to be plastic sheeting around Frank. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you test that item as well?
I did.
What were your results? And again, actually, before we get into the results, can you explain the process of, it's a bigger item. You received it in its totality. How did you go about swabbing it in order to look for a profile?
So prior to serology and DNA analysis, this item had gone to our fingerprint section. That was then transferred to me. When I examined this item in our exam room where we have a very large table where I could take it out and look at it, I chose to swab areas that the latent print examiner had circled for potential prints. Because I could see red-brown staining on this, I wanted to try to avoid those areas and only concentrated on areas that may have been touched by an individual through fingerprints. I did test the swabbings that I took of these areas, and it still indicated the presence of blood, however. So I did perform DNA analysis on this, and the DNA profile that was developed was indicative of 2 contributors from the swabs of the plastic sheeting. Ms. Frank is an expected contributor because this was wrapped around her body and is assumed to be present. Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, and Mr. Sessions are all excluded as potential contributors to this mixture.
Sorry, say that one more time, please.
Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, and Mr. Sessions are excluded as contributors to the mixture on the plastic sheeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 contributors, one of which you assume to be Frank, correct?
That's correct.
And so there's one unknown as well.
Yes. I did attempt to do YSTR analysis on swabs as well of the sheeting. A partial profile was developed, however, that profile was not interpretable, so no comparisons were made.
So we don't know if this unknown contributor was the clerk at Home Depot or who sold the plastic sheeting or anybody else at this point. So,
Right, I don't know who it is. It could have been whoever collected it or right, the store,
Okay.
many options.
And did we provide her with 114 as well? Okay. And next, I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 114, which is also noted to be CBI number 180-8, which is noted to be a pack of Marlboros on Frank's chest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you receive and analyze that item as well?
I did.
What were your results?
The profile that I developed from the swabbing of the cigarette box indicated a mixture of DNA from 4 individuals. This mixture is approximately 4 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Ms. Frank and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown unrelated individuals. That likelihood ratio provides limited support for the presence of Ms. Frank in this mixture. This mixture is approximately 5.6 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Bonnell and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown unrelated individuals. This is very strong support for the presence or the explanation that Mr. Bonnell is present in this mixture. This mixture is approximately 35 trillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Eastman and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown unrelated individuals. That provides very strong support that Mr. Eastman is contributing to this mixture profile. And Mr. Sessions was excluded as a contributor to this mixture.
So again, we had 4 contributors. We had an LR for Heather Frank, Troy Bonnell, and Kevin Eastman, so there's still 1 unknown, is that correct?
Yes,
Because there are not any assumed in that case.
there were not.
Okay. Retrieve that from you. Next, I'm going to present you with what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 126, which is CBI number 180-12, 26 and noted to be blue Levi jeans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you receive that item and conduct serological testing on those blue jeans?
I did.
What were your results?
They tested negative for the possible presence of blood, so no blood was indicated on this pair of jeans.
139. Presenting you what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 139, which is identified as CBI 180-27 and is noted to be a Carhartt jacket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you receive and test that item as well, or conduct serological testing on that item as well?
I did. I conducted testing for the possible presence of blood, and blood was not indicated on this item either.
And 143 and 146 as well, if you want to grab those items. Those are bulky. Let's just do those two to start with. Next, I'm presenting you with what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 142, which is noted to be CBI number 180-29 and labeled as Cyclone Overalls. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you test that item for serological presence?
I did examine the cyclone overalls for possible presence of blood, and blood was not indicated on that item.
Next, showing you what has been admitted previously as Exhibit 143, which is CBI 180-30 and labeled to be Carhartt overalls. Was that item received and tested for blood by you?
Yes, it is.
What were your results?
I examined this item for the possible presence of blood, and blood was not indicated on that item.
All right, I'm presenting you next with what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 146, which is CBI 180-31, and identified as white work gloves, correct?
That's correct.
And did you test that item or those items for blood as well?
I did, and blood was not indicated on this item either.
All right, there's a red stain on, well, first of all, there are two gloves in that packaging, correct?
That's correct.
And there's red stain on at least one of them, is that right?
Yes, and red-brown staining, and I circled the areas of interest of which I tested for blood.
Okay, and even visually, does that look more like paint or something else?
Well, this red stain here does. It's too bright red. Blood usually dries a red-brown color. That's why I circled this red-brown stain down here and the one up here and tested them.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you?
They were negative for the presence of blood.
Showing you now what, no, 120, next, please, 120. Showing you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 120, which is identified as CBI 180-33 and is noted to be the hoodie from the burn pit. Did you conduct serological testing on that item as well?
I did. Blood was not indicated on this item. I did, however, still make collections for possible wear along the seams of what remained as seams on this item and attempted to conduct DNA analysis on this item. However, a profile could not be developed from it.
And again, does that item appear to be burned or charred in any manner?
Yes.
124. I'm presenting you with what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 124, which is CBI item 180-34, is that correct?
This is 35.
35. Does it have a People's Exhibit sticker on it?
It does.
Okay.
Number 124.
All right, so you did not test this item, is that correct?
That's correct. I visually examined it and found it to be in such a burned state that I did not make any serological examinations on it.
Sorry, so is that 124 or 125?
That is, in your hand is 124, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you could grab 140, for me, please. I'm presenting you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 140, which is noted to be CBI 180-28, which is a second pair of Levi blue jeans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you receive and test this item?
I did.
What were your results?
I examined this for the possible presence of blood, and blood was indicated on the pants. I've circled the areas on the actual pair of jeans, and then you can see that I took a cutting from the end of one light stain here for DNA analysis.
And I don't, again, if you could stand up, I don't know if people can see where you're pointing to when you say you took the cutting. If you could describe where on the jeans that you took
You can come a little bit closer up here if you like.
this cutting from.
So I circled the areas that I tested that I could see some discoloration or possible presence of blood. Blood was indicated. Because blood was indicated, I then took a cutting of this item for the analysis.
Thank you.
You described that as discoloration. What were you seeing?
Well, when I visually examined it, I noticed a slight discoloration of a tan color in a pattern that I circled. Because I noticed this discoloration, I then went on to test it, and blood was indicated on that item. I took a larger cutting than I normally would because it was a diffuse stain, meaning it wasn't a dark red-brown stain that was on the surface. It appeared to be embedded in the material, so I took a cutting of it. And a larger one because it was diffused out or diluted out somehow.
What do you mean by diluted out somehow? What were you observing?
Well, again, it was such a light color that's barely visible, but it did test positive for the presence of blood. So because it was not the normal red-brown, like deep red-brown of a heavy stain, it was a light stain, which could have been diluted by, say, washing or some other method.
And did you conduct DNA testing on the swab or the cutting from that area of those jeans?
I did.
What were your results?
The DNA profile that was developed from the cutting of the jeans indicated a mixture of two contributors. If you assume the presence of Mr. Eastman on this pair of jeans, this mixture is approximately 1.8 septillion times more likely to be observed if it's a mixture of Mr. Eastman and Mr. Sessions than if it originated from Mr. Eastman and an unknown, unrelated individual. This is very strong support for the inclusion of Mr. Sessions on this pair of jeans. Mr. Bonnell, Ms. Frank, and Mr. Galejos are excluded as contributors to this profile.
And again, septillion is 24 zeros, is that correct?
That's correct.
$137, please. Uh, 203, please. Presenting you what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 203, which is identified as CBI 160-33. So again, we're going back to a submission from Larimer County now, is correct?
Yes,
And those items were identified as nail clippings from Scott Sessions, is that right?
that's correct.
Did you receive and analyze that item?
I did.
What were your results?
The DNA profile developed from, well, there are two sets of fingernails in here, and I analyzed them separately. One is from the right hand, and one is from the left hand. The DNA profile that was developed from the right hand fingernail clippings was a single source and is consistent to the DNA profile developed for Mr. Sessions. That means that Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, Ms. Frank, and Mr. Galejos are all excluded as contributors to that. The left-hand fingernail swabs indicated, the DNA profile indicated a mixture of two individuals. Mr. Sessions, again, would be assumed on his own fingernail clippings. And Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Eastman, Mr. Galejos, and Ms. Frank are all excluded as potential contributors to that mixture profile.
You said that was the left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And what about the right hand?
The right hand was a single source that is consistent with Mr. Sessions.
If I could have just a moment. Could have a seat. Thanks. No further questions, thank you.
Thanks. Why don't we take a 15-minute break, and then we'll get started with cross-examination. I want to remind everybody, until the trial is completed, don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, including jurors, including witnesses, other jurors, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of this courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back here about 10:45. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated, and we'll be recessed for 15 minutes.
Ms. Palmer, I think I need one more item of evidence. Okay. I'm just gonna double check it's not here first and then.
You can step down if you like.
It's here, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
Your Honor, there's
What's that?
additional items that I'm
Sounds
gonna
good.
need from back there to the next witness. So I don't know if we wanna do that now.
Yeah, let's
or-
do that now.
Okay.
Do you need anything else?
What do you want me to say? I can't say that.
I know.
Can you give me those letters? Do you have one that,
I could just use mine and then write
yeah,
Okay.
do that. Say that he's a juror on a double murder trial, that the trial's scheduled to, the evidence scheduled to end on July
And he
22nd.
wanted me to know that he canceled his fight. He's not
Okay.
really asking me to be excused. He was just
Okay.
we can write a letter together.
Sure.
Just make sure it's not here.
We have everything? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we ready? Okay, we are back on the record in People versus Kevin Eastman. We're outside the presence of the jury. Any issues before we bring the jurors in?
There you are.
No, sir, thank you.
I will say one thing. My clerk came up to me during the break and told me that juror 8 approached her and requested that I write a letter to the airlines. Apparently, I think he may have disclosed this during jury selection, that he was canceling his flight that he had scheduled and thought that me writing a letter to the airlines may assist in getting a refund for those tickets. And so I'll be doing that, just to let you know, okay? And he said there was no problems with him being a juror. He just wanted to see if I could write a letter, which I will. All right, let's all please rise. Let's bring the jurors in.
Please rise.
Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Ms. Morris, you're welcome to conduct cross-examination.
So you testified already about a number of items that you tested, but there were some additional items that you examined or tested we haven't talked about. Is that right?
Yes.
So let me start with, if I could have permission to approach, Judge. So I want to start with what's been previously admitted as Defendant's Exhibit WW, which is from the 160 case and item 5. If I may approach?
Yes. I assume you will be coming up more often for this witness. You don't need to ask for permission.
Thank you. And do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is that item?
It's a hat that was submitted under case N2160, item number 5.
And when you examined that item, it didn't have any apparent staining, correct?
It did not.
And you did test it in 4 places?
I did.
And all those 4 places tested negative for the presence of blood?
That's correct.
All right. If I could retrieve that from you? And next, I'm handing you Defendant Exhibit UU, which is from the 160 case, and it's item 8. If I may approach. And that item is a black T-shirt, correct?
That's correct.
And when you tested that, that shirt, first of all, had no obvious red-brown staining,
It did not.
and all the areas that were tested were negative for the presumptive, or for the presence of blood, correct?
That's correct.
All right, retrieve that from you. And you I'm going to approach you with what has been previously admitted as People's Exhibit number 147, and that is item number 15 from case 180. And that knife is different than the other knife that you had talked about on direct examination. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And so on this knife and sheath, you tested 10 areas. Is that accurate?
If I may refer to my notes.
Without refresh your recollection.
Which case report was this one in?
This was from November 24th of 2020, and is case number N2180.
Oh, yes.
And the areas that you tested included the interior of the sheath
It did.
and the exterior,
That's correct.
and many different areas on the knife itself. correct?
Yes.
And that includes the blade edge,
Yes.
the hilt area,
Yeah.
the blade,
That's correct.
the handle,
Yes.
the cord,
That's correct.
and we talked about the interior and exterior of the sheath. And all 10 areas were negative for the presence of blood, correct?
That's correct.
Let me retrieve that. So the serological testing that you do for, that's the presumptive testing for the presence of blood, uses something called phenolphthalein.
That's correct.
And when you're doing this type of testing, you first look to see the visible stains. Before
Usually,
testing.
we can not see a stain and still take a swabbing and then test for phenolphthalein.
Okay. But if you see a stain, you document the staining that you do see.
That's correct.
And then you choose what areas to swab after observing whether or not there are any visible stains.
Yes.
And your purpose of swabbing areas that typically don't have staining is that those, well, let me ask you this. When you swab a stain that you suspect to be blood, you use the phenolphthalein reagent to see if the swab changes color.
Yeah, it's a two-step process. So we would take a wet swab and swab an area and then add the reagent and then add a second reagent. And if a color reaction occurs, which is a bright pink color change, that would indicate the possible presence of blood.
Okay, so the immediate color change of the swab to bright pink would indicate that possible presence.
That's correct.
And this is a very sensitive test.
It can be, yes.
It has a dilution ratio of 1 to 10,000.
Yes, it has been validated down to 1 to 10,000 in some instances, yeah.
So a dilution ratio of 1 to 10,000 means a drop of blood in 10,000 drops of water. That would result in a positive test.
I don't know, because we would have to measure the exact volume and the ratio, and it's not always going to indicate a positive test. One of the limitations of phenolphthalein is that if we can't necessarily see a stain, we may not test it. So it may be able to detect at a lower level, but if we can't identify or locate that stain, we will not choose to test that area.
Okay. But again, if you do choose to test it and you tested it, it is very sensitive.
It can be, depending upon whether or not an item was diluted or washed off, yes.
Okay. But if we're talking about something that's not diluted, it can detect a very small amount of blood.
Yes.
Ms. Morris, could you pull the mic up?
Higher, thank you. So the current state of the science regarding DNA analysis is that analysts such as yourself no longer use match statements. Is that fair to say?
Match statements were used with a different form of statistical analysis called a random match probability, and it's a binary method of statistics. We now use a likelihood ratio, so they're not appropriate to use match statements.
Okay. And so, your testimony today is not to say this DNA profile in this item matched this DNA profile of this individual, right?
It's to say that a comparison was made, and is there more support for one explanation of this observed profile over the other explanation for the observed profile? So one being that that individual could be contributing to that mixture or to that profile, and the second explanation, again, that that observed profile is from someone unknown, unrelated, and not that person of interest.
Okay. So the jury should not expect to hear from you, I analyzed this particular piece of evidence and this matched so-and-so's DNA, correct? On a simplistic basis, I understand what you just explained.
I would say that it was consistent to their profile, meaning the same types were developed.
Okay.
But we always would follow that up with an actual statistical analysis to give weight to any possible inclusion.
So without the likelihood ratio and the statistical weight, the jury should not expect you to say something matched without those additional information, the additional pieces of information you just explained.
That's correct, with the exception of an item that you can expect an individual's DNA profile on. So if you took a DNA profile directly from someone's body or developed one from someone's body, you would expect their DNA to be present on, say, a swabbing of their hand, for instance.
Okay. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigation uses, the analysis tool they use is the StarMix program.
We do.
Okay. And that's the program that generates these likelihood ratios.
It is used in part to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Okay. And so likelihood ratios provide a statistical measurement of the strength of support for one scenario over another, right?
That's correct.
And as the likelihood ratio, that specific number increases, there's more support for one scenario over another.
That's correct. As the likelihood ratio becomes larger, that's more support, or greater than 1, that's more support for the first explanation that that person could be contributing to that item. As it decreases and tends towards 1 and then maybe less than 1, that's support for the second explanation, which again would be that this observed profile originated from someone other than the person that we're comparing it to.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio of 1 is equal support for the two scenarios.
That's correct.
And a likelihood ratio of less than 1 is deemed an exclusion,
That's correct.
because that is support for the scenario which posits that the DNA present is of an unknown, unrelated individual.
Yes.
So I want to talk about the verbal scale for just a moment. It's fair to say that we as human beings don't really tend to think in likelihood ratios as a natural measurement tool.
That's correct.
It's not like looking at a ruler where we all understand the concept and there's a set definition to it, right?
Right.
So it's kind of a hard thing to grasp. Would you agree?
Yes, and that's why we've adopted the verbal scale that was created by the Scientific Working Group on DNA Analysis and Methods in the U.S. and is recommended to be used in forensic DNA analysis in statistical methods to help explain or give perspective as to what some of these numbers might mean.
And it helps a layperson, someone who's not a scientist, understand what this likelihood ratio number means. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And so the verbal scale attempts to translate a specific likelihood ratio, the numbers or the statistics you've mentioned, to a word or verbal equivalent.
For a level of support for that likelihood ratio, yes.
To help put the number just in perspective.
Yes.
And you mentioned the scientific working group on DNA analysis and methods. Colorado uses their recommended verbal scale.
We do.
And you'd agree that there's no scientific testing done by anyone to scientifically determine which words most accurately provided the levels of support based on the numbers.
Well, words are subjective.
There's subjective and arbitrary boundaries that people set kind of for convenience.
Well, they're not necessarily arbitrary. They are based on validation studies and from multiple laboratories, and then they determined these verbal scale based on that.
Okay. And we've heard what the different levels of the verbal scale are, but nowhere in the scale language is beyond a reasonable doubt used, correct?
No.
So when we're talking about the differences in the magnitude of likelihood ratios, why one likelihood ratio might be a really big number with lots of zeros, and one might be a smaller number, like only a few thousand, the likelihood ratio is reflective of how complete a DNA profile is.
That's correct.
And so the current state of the science is that we test for genetic information at 23 loci or locations, right?
We look at 21 autosomal locations and 3 sex determining locations with autosomal testing that we're currently doing.
And so a complete profile exists when genetic information is detected at each one of those locations.
That's correct.
And conversely, a partial profile exists when you don't have genetic information at each of those locations that you test for.
That's right.
And so therefore, usually the higher the likelihood ratio, the more complete the DNA profile would be.
Yes.
And on the flip side, a lower likelihood ratio means the DNA profile or profiles might have been partial or incomplete.
That's correct.
So I want to turn now to some of the testing that you did. I want to refer you to the testing you did out of case number N2160, item 13.6, which for the jury is People's Exhibit 151, the swabs of the duct tape from the cloth wrapped around Mr. Sessions' head. There were 5 pieces of duct tape total, correct?
I believe there were 4 and then a piece of fabric.
Okay. But you swabbed all of those pieces?
I swabbed the pieces of the duct tape and combined on 2 swabs. So there are 4 pieces of duct tape that I swabbed, item 13.1 through 13.4, and my swabbing then became 13.6.
Okay. And you attempted to swab areas that didn't have as much staining on them.
Yes.
And so you identified a mixture from that swab.
I did.
And you believe there to be 2 contributors to that mixture.
That's correct.
And you'd agree that it's important to get that part right, that being the number of contributors, right?
Yes, the number of contributors based on the observed profile that was developed.
Because the number of contributors is an assumption that the STAR Mix program, its analysis relies on.
Yes.
So if you're wrong in your decision about the number of contributors, that could lead the program to wrongly include or exclude people.
That's correct.
And so here you confidently only saw evidence of 2 individuals' DNA.
That's right.
There was no little extra bit that would suggest some third person might be there.
Not that I observed.
So people who live together leave DNA on all sorts of surfaces.
That's true.
If you swabbed most surfaces in my home, you'd find my DNA.
Possibly.
Okay? And
Just depends on the quantity that was left behind.
Okay. But it wouldn't be unusual to find my DNA on surfaces in my home.
That's true, and it would depend on the surface and the surface area and the area that you actually collected from.
Okay.
The texture of it, if it's rough or smooth.
Okay. And likewise, you would expect to find, depending on the quality, the quantity of and the surface, as you mentioned, perhaps my husband's DNA.
Yes, again, it depends on the biological material as well. If it were perhaps left behind skin cells, or if it were potential body fluid.
Okay. And, perhaps my kid's DNA, same thing.
That's correct.
And those could all be mixed together.
They could be.
And so with the increased sensitivity of DNA testing these days, you find more DNA than you did before. Is that accurate?
Yes. When we're attempting to analyze DNA that we've used or we've collected swabs from an object, for instance, it would not be unusual for that to be a mixture.
Okay. And the STAR Mix program that CBI now uses is more sensitive than the previous testing or program that CBI used prior to that.
Well, it's not about sensitivity. What the STAR Mix program allows us to do is to look at more complex mixtures and then be able to potentially separate those possible contributors to that mixture, and then make a comparison to references and apply a statistical analysis. In the past, when we did a binary method, the statistics that we were using were not appropriate to be used if you had low-level DNA or a mixture of 4, so we would end up not using the data at all.
Okay. So it allows you to interpret and, form opinions about more mixtures than you would have prior to starting to use the STAR Mix program. Is that
And
accurate?
likelihood ratios.
And likelihood ratios. So if two people are cohabitating, living or staying in the same residence, it would not be unusual for a low quantity of DNA to be found on the other person's body.
Depending upon what part of the body, no, it would not be. I mean, obviously things that are covered, like clothing, like you're wearing a shirt, I wouldn't really necessarily always expect to find your partner's DNA on your body unless you've had contact. However, say on your hands, maybe elsewhere, you could potentially have your partner's DNA present.
Okay. And so, talk about things that are uncovered, perhaps, the face area, is that right?
Yeah, the hands, anything that's not covered by clothing, potentially if you've had contact with them, but also if you've had contact with them and then touched that area of your face
Or neck area?
or neck, sure.
And so just to kind of give this a concrete example, I live with my husband and he's swabbed an area of his body that was not covered by clothing and you found my DNA. Without discussing, intimacy, you would not find that unusual.
No, I would not.
And so using the same example with my husband, there's no way to determine that my DNA was on his body because I touched him directly or whether it was there because he touched something I had touched his own body.
No, I cannot determine through DNA analysis how that DNA became present on that item without actually directly witnessing it being deposited. So I can tell you whose DNA may be present, but not how it got there, how it was deposited on that item.
And lots of studies have been done to find, such, for lack of a better term, background DNA among people who live in the same household but aren't intimate, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to turn now to the next swabs, which was, the next swabs I think that we've already started talking about for People's Exhibit 109, which was item 5.1 on N2180. So a mixture was identified from your analysis of those swabs, correct?
That's correct.
And you believed it to be a mixture of 3 contributors.
Yes,
And you entered that data into the STAR Mix program.
I did.
And the STAR Mix program kind of sorts out the data into how much DNA each of the contributors contributed.
Yes, that's one of the things that StarMix can do, it not only models the profile that I put in and the number of contributors that potentially are in this mixture, it then can separate those into all the possible genetic combinations that could make up that mixture. And one of the things that it does is then give you a contributor ratio, how much DNA is from contributor 1 versus contributor 2 versus contributor 3.
Okay. And so the StarMix program then kind of models or shows you what the best fits are in terms of that ratio.
The best fit as far as what genetic profiles could be contributing to that mixture, yes.
And so one of the individuals in this mixture contributed 93% of the DNA.
That's the estimated amount for the C1 contributor, yes.
Okay. And you assumed that person to be Ms. Frank.
I assume Ms. Frank because it was her own neck. She did fall in line with the 93% contributor in StarMix.
And then you had one person that contributed 6% to the DNA as an estimate,
That's correct.
and one that contributed 1%.
Potentially, yes.
So under one of the scenarios that you compared was whether the contributors to the mixture were Ms. Frank, Mr. Eastman, and a third unknown, unrelated person versus whether it was Ms. Frank and 2 unknown people, correct?
That's correct.
And under this scenario, the best fit was that Mr. Eastman was the person who contributed 6% of the DNA.
Again, that's where he aligned when I compared the profile, assuming Ms. Frank to Mr. Eastman as well. And that mixture is approximately 23 quadrillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman and an unknown unrelated contributor than if it originated from Ms. Frank and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Okay. And again, as a 6% contributor, he aligned with that. That amount of DNA is not inconsistent with trace DNA.
Again, that depends on the starting quantity of DNA that we had.
Okay. So the starting quantity of the DNA that you had for that was 0.030924 nanograms, correct?
That was per microliter, so you'd have to times that by 50 to get the total amount in that one swab that I extracted. Again, that's a sampling of the actual collection, and the collection I wasn't a part of, so I don't know how much of the neck they collected. So we have received 2 swabs. We will consume one of them in our analysis, and that is per microliter, so I would need to multiply that by 50 to get the estimated amount within that one sample.
And the estimated amount, if you did multiply that number I previously gave by 50, would be 1.5462 nanograms.
Sounds right.
And 6% of that would have been 0.092772 nanograms.
I would have to do that math myself.
That's right.
Because I actually amplified 463 picograms or 0.46 nanograms.
Is this better? I just have to be very close. Okay.
That's actually 0.027 picograms, or nanograms, I mean.
So that would, sorry, was that nanograms or picograms?
It would be 0.027 nanograms.
Okay. Which is 327 picograms?
Approximately. Again, quantitation is an estimate of the amount of DNA present. It's not exact.
So again, talking about the neck swabs, item 5.1, the other scenario, one of the other scenarios explored was whether the contributors to the mixture were Ms. Frank, Mr. Bonnell, and an unknown, unrelated individual versus Ms. Frank and 2 unknown people, correct?
That's correct.
And you found those scenarios to be approximately equally likely to be observed.
Yes.
So to be precise, a likelihood ratio of 1.0 is mathematically equal support.
It is.
And anything less than 1 is not precisely equal support.
Less than 1 would be an exclusion.
And a likelihood ratio of greater than 1.0 means there is more support for the first scenario over the second, correct?
Yes, in general. However, we report out anything from 1 to below 2 as uninformative.
So the likelihood ratio generated here was 1.5, correct?
That's correct.
Which is greater than 1.0.
It's greater than 1, yes. However, it's still considered uninformative. And that will also show you that the amount of DNA that may be present is very, very, very low. And that's why it's uninformative.
So from a pure math standpoint, a likelihood ratio of 1.5 means that it is 1.5 times more likely that the mixture included Mr. Bonnell's DNA than if it did not.
That is what a 1.5 means. Again, we report out 1.5 is uninformative because it's greater than 1 but less than 2.
Okay. So you've said a couple of times now that you and the lab consider this result to be uninformative, but you did not exclude Mr. Bonnell to a contributor to this mixture.
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer that question. Was Mr. Bonnell excluded?
I did not exclude Mr. Bonnell. His presence is, like, again, there's equal support for his presence and there's equal support for him not being present. So therefore, it's uninformative as far as Mr. Bonnell is concerned.
So you just testified that there was equal support, that it's actually approximately equal.
It's approximately equal support.
But
That's correct.
the likelihood ratio would have had to be below 1 for you to be able to exclude Mr. Bonnell.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the likelihood ratio of 1.5 is the ratio calculated after a statistical correction, right?
Yes.
It's originally a higher number.
Not necessarily, but yes, it could be.
So the likelihood ratio of 1.5 is a conservative estimate.
Yes.
Okay. So the StarMix program that's used to generate these likelihood ratios analyzes how well the genetic information fits at a particular locus. To start.
Well, it takes so I develop a profile and I interpret it and determine the number of contributors. I then input that into the StarMix program. It's a software tool, again, that we use to aid us in separating out the potential contributors. So I told it it had a mixture of 3. It then will look at the types that are detected at each location and come up with millions of different possible combinations of types that could be present within this mixture. It then compares that back to the actual data, and it's a best fit after that. So does this combination of genotypes or profiles fit this observed data that we're seeing? And then it weights that based on how well it fits. Once that's been done, I then will compare that. It's called a deconvolution. I'll take that deconvolution and look at the output and make sure that it looks correct and that there's intuitively it's reflecting what I see in that actual DNA profile that I'm observing. Then I make a comparison to a reference sample, and the likelihood ratio is calculated based on that.
So when it calculates the likelihood ratio, it computes a likelihood ratio for 4 different races.
That's the population statistics that we use currently. We use 4 different populations, but we report out the stratified population, which is a combination of all of them.
Okay. So
On
the
average.
4 different races are Caucasian, African American, Asian, and Hispanic, right?
That's correct.
And for the Caucasian population group, the likelihood ratio was 6.3.
I actually don't have that printout with me.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the file?
Yes, it would.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Deconvolution.
This is actually the decon, here, with the likelihood ratio.
Sorry.
And this one is comparing Mr. Eastman.
There's another one below. Should be attached. It's right behind it. I can see it.
Oh, thank you. And for which population are you looking at?
Caucasian.
So the likelihood ratio, assuming Ms. Frank and Mr. Bonnell are comparing Mr. Bonnell, is 1.5 for Caucasian.
No, I'm not asking about the stratified.
I know, you're talking about the total LR for Caucasian is 1.5, 1.45. That's before the correction factors are added, and as well, we don't take into consideration that one individual is a specific contributor. So that's prior to the corrections, that we don't assume somebody is is like number one, number two, or number three. So that total LR for assuming Ms. Bonnell and Ms. Frank and Mr. Bonnell is 6.3.
Okay.
Again, that's before our correction factors, and we don't report that out, report out the stratified, which is a combination of all the population groups.
And so the corrections are something that the program does to be more conservative.
That's correct.
And one of the corrections that it accounts for is maybe there were some errors in the racial databases that they were using.
Well, not errors, but I think it's, like for, there's a coefficient for potential relatedness, so
Okay.
it corrects for that.
Okay. And so the likelihood ratio that you did report, the stratified likelihood ratio is an average of the 4 races or population groups.
Yes, it takes into consideration all 4 because we don't assume race when we do any of our statistical calculations.
And it's a weighted average of the various races.
That's correct.
And 99% of the time, if you ran this again, you could get a higher number.
Or a lower number. It could fluctuate slightly depending upon the deconvolution and the weights. It applies to that contributor, how well it fits into the mixture. So that can vary, but it's not going to be statistically significant.
Right. And under the verbal scale, a number would just have to be over 2 for you to consider it to be more than uninformative.
For it to be considered limited support. And again, The reason why we have these conservatisms built into this is because we want to preclude a false inclusion or an inclusion by chance. So if I've only have 2 alleles showing up in a potential minor contributor and I happen to have those same types, it would be an inclusion by chance, even though I didn't have access to this item. And most likely would come back to a likelihood ratio that's low or limited or uninformative.
So it's been kind of discussed before. When you're analyzing whether a sample is a single source profile or a mixture, or how many contributors are in a mixture, you can't just put the sample in and the computer figures it all out and spits out how many contributors there are, right?
No.
So you have to tell it how many people are in the mixture.
I do.
And that's based on your assumptions and your evaluation of the data that you have.
Yeah, it's based on the observed data that I'm looking at.
And you can never truly know how many contributors are in a mixture unless you make the mixture yourself, right?
That's true. We have to base it on what we're observing. So the observed profile appeared to be a mixture of 3.
So when we're talking about a crime scene sample, you will never be able to tell the true number of contributors in a sample because you can't know that.
Well, I can tell you the number that appear to be detected by our analysis methods. If you're asking me the number of people that may have come into contact with that item, I can never know the true number of people that may have had contact with an item.
And the process of identifying the number of contributors can be more difficult when you're dealing with a partial profile, right?
Yes.
And again, just kind of a reminder, because I know we're talking about complex things, a partial profile exists when you don't have genetic information at each of the loci that you test for.
That's correct.
So when you're looking at the data or the electropherogram, one of the things that you're looking at are the number of alleles at each location, right?
That's correct.
And so, kind of a basic biology lesson here, a person inherits 1 allele from each of their parents at each locus.
Autosomally, that's correct.
Yes. And so autosomally, we might say a person at a particular locus is a 15-16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, I'm sorry, if you could just say yes or no for the
Yes,
record.
sorry.
And that could be that they inherited in a 15 allele from mom, right? Biological mom.
Could be.
And perhaps inherited a 16 allele from their biological father.
Yes.
Correct. But someone also could be a 15-15 at a locus, right?
Yes, meaning they received this 15 from both parents.
So if you're looking at the data and you see 3 alleles at a particular location, that's an indication to you that there might be more than one person present in the mixture.
Yes, if they're true alleles, and there's 3 of them, I would assume that there would be 2 individuals present in that mixture.
So turning to the swab of the wires, item 6.1, prosecution exhibit 110, only a partial DNA profile was developed from that item, correct?
That's correct.
And so you didn't have genetic information at each of the loci that you were testing for.
I did not.
You ultimately concluded that it was a mixture with 2 contributors.
I did.
And so one of the findings was that the mixture was at least 3.6 times more likely to be observed if it had originated from Ms. Frank and an unknown individual rather than 2 unknown individuals, correct?
That's correct.
Which was limited support.
Yes.
And the other finding was that the mixture was at least 47,000 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Eastman and an unknown, unrelated individual than 2 unknowns.
That's correct.
Now, to back up a little bit, you first quantified the DNA, or you first extracted the DNA, right?
Yes,
And then quantified it,
I did.
and then amplified it,
Yes.
and then that's when you identified the partial profile.
Yes.
And for this item, on the first run, you didn't see any location where there were 3 alleles, correct?
I did not. And not above analytical threshold. When we look at data, we look at it in a different software program that does the allele calling. And so a type is basically, it's expressed as peaks on a graph. There's a height to them, which is directly correlated to the amount of DNA present. And then there's a repeat number that's assigned to them, which is what we call your type.
Okay. And so because of that, you were not confident in the number of contributors at that point.
I was not.
Okay. And so you were not confident that it was a mixture versus a single source.
That's correct. So I did a replicate amplification. So I amplified that same sample another time. And what that means is it went through the copying process for the 21 autosomal and 3 sex determining markers 2 times.
Okay. And so the first time that you ran it, it could have been a single source.
It gave me pause because I could see that there may have been additional information, but not above our analytical threshold. And I did not want to incorrectly assume it was a single source. So I did a replicate amplification, and then I called it a 2-person mixture.
So the first time you ran the amplification was on August 26th of 2020?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. But the second amplification happened months later.
Yes, because I didn't want to run it until I had my other batch. We process our samples in batches, so I held the sample and waited until I was at that point with my next batch of samples to add it to that to amplify.
So if this was a single source profile, that is, if you had called this as having only one contributor, Mr. Eastman would have been excluded as a contributor to the swab of the wires.
Yes, he would have.
And who that, other contributor B would be someone else, right?
That's correct.
Because if the alleles don't match every location, that person cannot be the source of the DNA.
Well, it's not necessarily because I'm calling it a mixture. If I called it a single source and they didn't match at every location, then he would be excluded. As a mixture, you have to take into consideration there's more genetic information from another individual present. So using probabilistic genotyping or the StarMix software program, it would weight that and then compare it to the references.
And so if you had called this as a single source, Mr. Eastman would have been excluded because at location D10S1248, there was a 16 allele.
I would have to refer to my electropharogram.
If that would refresh your recollection.
It will. That's correct.
And Mr. Eastman was a 1314 at that location,
Yes,
not a 16. Correct.
that's correct.
So when you did the second amplification, you actually got less genetic information than you did with the first amplification, right?
I got fewer results at fewer loci.
Okay. And so, but you also got a little bit additional information, right?
What appeared to be, yes.
Which you identified only one location that had 3 alleles.
3 alleles above analytical or potential alleles above analytical, yes.
Where you had previously only gotten 1.
That's correct.
So that is what indicated to you that there was potentially a second individual.
That and the previous analysis, what you see as the printed out electropharogram is not always reflective of what we see when we're actually analyzing the data using the software program. We can actually see more information than what is printed. So it was based on that, as well as my second amplification, yes.
Okay. So despite being an expert in DNA analysis, you cannot say how DNA came to be on a specific item.
No, we cannot.
When we're talking about the wire, you cannot definitively say whether that was through direct contact of a person with a wire or deposited through secondary transfer.
Again, without actually witnessing the deposit of the DNA, I cannot tell you how it came to be on an item. I can tell you that it may be present and who may be potentially contributing to it.
So as we touch items, we can leave DNA behind.
We can. People shed skin cells at different rates, so it's dependent upon the individual. It's also dependent upon the surface area, the length of time they may have had contact with it. There has to be a means to facilitate the transfer, so usually friction is involved of some sort. And then, of course, body fluids are usually larger quantities of DNA. And skin cells is what I'm assuming you're referring to, are generally lower because you're shedding them, but they're at the end of their life cycle. So the DNA that is contained within them starts to get broken down. So we get less DNA and less cellular material to use for DNA analysis from that. So there are many factors that go into that, yes.
So, just trying to break this down just a little bit. So when we touch items, DNA can be left behind because skin cells that kind of slough off our body is one way.
Yes.
Or if someone bites their nails, saliva containing DNA could be left on something that they touched.
That's correct. If you are a nail biter and then you touch a door handle, say for instance, it's potentially possible for you to be depositing DNA that may have come from saliva on the door.
And when we're talking about this kind of DNA that's deposited when we touch an item, that's called touch DNA, right?
Well, we don't like to refer to it as touch because that, again, indicates how it got there. We usually refer to that as trace DNA because it's in the absence of a biological fluid. So if I have not tested something for a potential biological fluid, but I'm making a collection for potential cellular material for DNA analysis, we usually refer to that as trace DNA.
And so this term trace DNA is also used when we're talking about lower quantities of DNA, correct?
Again, lower quantities when we have not indicated a body fluid.
Okay. And that could be through direct contact or possibly through secondary transfer.
Yes.
And theoretically, trace DNA is typically left behind in a small concentration if it's true touch in the absence of a biological fluid.
So if you're talking about just shed skin cells, it's usually of lower quantity and quality than, say, a body fluid.
Okay. And science has also found that trace DNA is something that can be transferable. Is that fair?
Objection asked and answered.
I also say the objection.
So I'd like to try to just give a concrete example here. I could shake your hand and then you could pick up your cell phone right there and that could transfer my DNA to your cell phone.
Potentially, but again, it has to be in a quantity that's detectable.
Again, assuming that I left behind enough DNA that was detectable in the first place, right?
It's possible, depending upon the starting quantity. If you're transferring something, say we shook hands and some of your DNA was on my hand now or your cellular material, and then I touched my cell phone, it could be potentially possible for me to transfer that on there. Again, it would depend on the quantity that you started with, because as it moves to the next item, it gets lower and lower, especially if it's skin cells and not something that's wet. So wet items or wet body fluids tend to transfer easier than something that would be dry or even through direct or secondary transfer of just skin cells.
Okay. So that example, if I shook your hand and you touched your cell phone, that would be an example of secondary transfer?
It would be.
And if I shook your hand and my DNA was on your hand, that's an example of direct contact or direct transfer?
That's correct, and it's easier to transfer directly than secondary transfer because you have to have a means to facilitate that transfer. So there has to be something in between that comes in contact with it.
Like friction, for example?
Yes.
Okay. So when we're talking about quantities in general, we've talked about how these programs are able to interpret smaller and smaller quantities of DNA. But would you agree with me that it's sometimes difficult to communicate how small some of what you're dealing with really is in terms of quantities of DNA?
Yes.
So I guess not for a scientist who does this every day, but for those of us who are not scientists, DNA quantities are measured in nanograms or picograms, right?
That's correct.
And there are 1 billion nanograms in 1 gram.
In a gram?
Yes.
I have to think about that for a minute. I think so, yes.
And picograms are smaller than nanograms?
Yes, 1,000 times.
Okay, so there's 1,000 picograms in 1 nanogram.
That's correct.
So that means there's 1 trillion picograms in a gram.
Approximately.
So to try to put that in context for the jury just a little bit, because those are just, again, a lot of arbitrary kind of numbers, it sounds like, would you agree with me that a quarter teaspoon of sugar is approximately 1 gram?
I do not know.
Okay. But it's fair to say when we're talking about things measured in nanograms and picograms, we're talking about extremely tiny amounts.
Yes.
So I want to go back to the swab of the wires again, item 6.1, People's Exhibit 1.10 for a moment, and talk about the quantities. So the quantity of human DNA in the portion of the sample that the T small autosomal was 0.000447 nanograms, correct?
That's in 1 microliter again, so you'd have to multiply that by 50 for a total.
Okay, so when you multiply that by 50, we're going to get 0.02235 nanograms in 50 microliters. That's the concentration.
In 50 microliters.
Yes. So at this point, when we're talking about the deconvolution stage of the analysis, Mr. Eastman being the 97% contributor, we would multiply that times the total amount in the 50 microliter sample, which would have gotten us to what's essentially 21.6795 picograms. Do you agree?
I would have to do the math. The total amount that I estimated that I amplified was only around 6 picograms. And again, that's an estimate of the quantity of DNA because I can only put in of the volume of sample that I have. The total that I can put in is 15 microliters out of 50. So it would be that quantitation multiplied by 15. Our optimal amount that we usually amplify or copy those 21 locations and the 3 sex determining markers is around 500 picograms.
Okay. So we're talking about something in just, 21 trillionths of a gram or less.
Well, again, it's a low quantity of DNA, and that is an estimate of the quantity of DNA.
Okay. Now, I want to turn to item 8.1, which is the, from N2180, People's Exhibit 114. That was the Marlboro cigarette box. This is something, you did swab the exterior of this box, right?
I did.
And that is the swab that you analyzed?
Yes,
And you believe that there was 4 contributors to that mixture?
that's correct.
So one of the findings was that it was 5.6 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Mr. Bonnell and 3 unknown individuals rather than 4 unknown individuals, right?
That's correct.
So when we're talking about, I guess, let me ask you this. Could you quantify for the jury the quantities that would have been attributable to Mr. Bonnell under this analysis?
Approximately 83% of that mixture aligned with Mr. Bonnell's profile.
Okay, and could you do what the quantity would be given that for us?
Again, I would have to do the math.
If you could do the math for us, please. Thank you.
That's around 415 picograms or 4.415 nanograms.
Okay. And could you do also the, because there was also the finding that there was more likely to be observed if Mr. Eastman 35 trillion times more likely to be observed from Mr. Eastman versus 3 unknowns. Could you calculate the quantity for that as well?
He was estimated, or he fell in line with the contributor that was around the 16% contributor. So that would be around 80 picograms or 0.080 nanograms.
Okay. And just when we're talking about the likelihood ratios, the higher the likelihood ratio, the stronger the support is for that scenario.
That's correct, and also the likelihood ratio will be higher as the quality of the DNA profile increases.
Okay. So the likelihood ratio for the Mr. Bonnell scenario was 5.6 septillion.
That's correct.
And Mr. Eastman's was only 35 trillion?
Objection, argumentative as to characterization of only 35 trillion.
Right. That's also stating the objection.
So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Eastman was 35 trillion.
Yes, both of those are reflected as very strong support for the presence of Mr. Eastman and Mr. Bonnell.
And numerically, 5.6 trillion, or septillion, is a bigger number than 35 trillion.
Yes.
And from a pure math standpoint, 5.6 septillion is 160 billion times bigger than the number 35 trillion.
Again, I don't, it's not relative when you're referring to the actual statistic applied to one individual to another. It depends on the strength of the profile and how much DNA is present from that individual.
So I'm going to turn now to item 33.1 from N2160, People's Exhibit 203, which were the right-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. Sessions. That item also included a wooden scraper, correct?
Yes.
And the wooden scraper is typically used to scrape under the fingernails before those clippings are clipped.
Yes.
And so for this sample, you also swabbed the end of that wooden scraper.
Yes.
And so your testing combined the swab from the end of the wooden scraper and the 3 clippings, correct?
Yes.
And
The
those were all-
swabbing, the same swabs were used to swab all of them.
And that was all placed in the same test tube for the DNA extraction.
That's correct.
And your analysis only identified a single source of DNA that was consistent with Mr. Sessions.
From the right-hand fingernails, that's correct.
So I want to talk about item 34.1 from N2160, Defense Exhibit LL, if I may approach. So I've just handed you that item, Defense Exhibit LL, which has been previously admitted. Was that an item that you did testing on?
It is.
And is that a stain H from a driver's floor mat?
That's how it's described, yes.
Okay. And so law enforcement had identified this as a possible blood stain?
Yes, that's what they labeled it as.
And so you did swab, or you tested the swab using the phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, correct?
I did.
And that item did not exhibit a color change consistent with the presence of blood.
It did not.
You subsequently did DNA analysis on that item,
I did.
and you determined there was a mixture of 2 contributors,
That's correct.
and Mr. Sessions was expected to be present in the mixture.
Yes, because I believe the floor mat was from his own car.
Okay. And Mr. Eastman was excluded as a contributor to that mixture.
Yes, and so is Mr. Bonnell, Ms. Frank, and Ms. Gallegos, Mr. Gallegos.
And you testified of a few stains that you analyzed for DNA. You never did, and were asked to do any testing on stain AC, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And if I could approach for a moment. So I've handed you what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 00. Can you tell me what that item is?
It appears to be a swab packet with, I assume, swabs that were collected by the Larimer County Sheriff's Office. It's labeled swabs of, looks like pressured blood from kitchen cabinet, labeled item AC.
Is it pressured or presumed? Sorry.
Oh, maybe it is presumed, thank you.
That's okay.
Couldn't read the handwriting.
And so is there any blue CBI tape on that item?
No, this item was not submitted to the laboratory for analysis.
Okay. If I could just have a moment. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. See if we can finish this witness before the lunch hour. Mr. Rund?
Thank you. Ms. Winch, as a forensic scientist, do you have any incentive to generate a particular DNA result, or is the data the data?
No, we report out our observations and the data that we see.
Okay. Ms. Morse gave you a hypothetical of whether or not her DNA would be found on her countertop at her home, and also whether or not her husband's would be. If somebody were to wash the dishes and wipe down the countertop, would you expect to find that DNA, anybody's DNA on that countertop after such a scenario?
I would not expect to find anyone's DNA after it had been cleaned, and if a cleaning agent was used as well, I would not. The wiping and the ability, we use a detergent to break open cells to release the DNA, so that would in turn remove potential cellular material.
So laundry detergent, like liquid laundry detergent, might remove DNA from areas within a home, is that correct?
Yes. It can, not always, but yes.
You were asked about the replicant amplification that you did on one of these items. Is that a common method of determining the number of contributors in DNA analysis?
So when we observe a profile and the number of contributors isn't clear, we have the opportunity to re-amplify that same DNA and then combine those in the software program to do a better breakdown of potential contributors and to give weight to each one of those possible contributors. So when we have a low-level profile that we want to determine, could there be another contributor to this? Is this a single source, a two-person mixture, or is it a three-person mixture or a two-person mixture? We can have the opportunity, or we do have that opportunity, to do replicate amplifications. So it's the same process, we just do it twice, and then the results or the output of that are used together.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Any recross on those limited issues?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Looks like we do.
Your Honor, can we go back on Bluetooth for just one moment?
Sorry about that. We're just trying to do some coordination based on availability of witnesses. And so, believe it or not, we really are trying to save some time and be efficient. Let's see, there are 4 questions that were asked by jurors. Some of those questions, the lawyers are stipulating to and answering, and then one of those questions I'm going to ask the witness. So the first question read with regard to exhibit number 199. It says steering wheel and gear shift. Which car? And the parties are stipulating that that was Mr. Sessions' car. With regard to the next question, whose jeans are 140? While I'm not allowing this witness to answer that question, the parties have stipulated, based on the evidence that you have heard, that the pile of clothing in the detached garage of Mr. Bunnell on the east side by the man doors where those jeans came from. With regard to the one question, Exhibit LL, floor mat from which car? Mr. Sessions' car. And the question that this witness is going to be asked is, would you please re-explain a, quote, partial profile, end quote?
So a partial profile, whether it's in autosomal STRs or YSTRs, means that results were obtained at some of the locations that we test, not all of the locations that we test. And that usually happens when we have a low quantity of DNA. So you get amplification or copying of some genetic information, but not all the genetic information that's available. So we look at 21 autosomal locations, and a partial maybe I had results that were developed at 17 of those 21, that would be considered a partial profile. So anything at a locus where I do not have results, that would indicate that the profile is partial, whether it's a single source or if it's a partial mixture.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Wren?
Just briefly. If your analysis results in the finding of a partial profile, are you still able to generate a likelihood ratio as to that a particular individual or a contributor?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, so likelihood ratio is based on the types that are detected, on the frequency of occurrence of that particular type in the population. So it's specific to an individual and what types were detected. And then it's the scenario of, could the observed data be from this individual or from another individual other than this person of interest? So it's also based on population genetics and statistics of allele frequencies, how often we see this particular allele in a population.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination on the juror question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. We very much appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May she be excused from her subpoena.
She may.
Ms. Morris?
She may be excused from the defense.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Before we start getting comfortable about lunch hour, we have one witness who's really quick. If not, we would have to wait till later in the afternoon. I don't want to delay the trial by doing that. So it's going to be really quick. So let's call the next witness.
Judge, I would just ask the court inquire with the jury first.
I will, once the
Okay.
witness comes.
Thank you.
I want them to see his face and hear his name.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll give you a longer lunch period, so you're going to get your whole lunch time. We're not going to come back at 1 o'clock.
He was out there moments ago. I'm hoping we didn't lose him. He's on his way back in through security.
Okay. Good afternoon. If I can please have you come to the witness stand before you sit down. If you please raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Brandon Stupka, S-T-U-P-K-A.
Thank you. So this witness is a witness in this case, and the lawyers were aware of that. For some reason, this witness's name never made it on by clerical mistake, never made it on the final witness list that you had when you were filling out that jury questionnaire asking you, do you know any of these potential witnesses? And so I'm going to ask you now, does anybody believe that they know this witness by name or just by seeing his face? And for the record, nobody's answering affirmatively. Okay, thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for your flexibility with us in
Sure.
scheduling, Your Honor, and Mr. Stupka. Sir, are you a deputy with the Will County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And were you so employed in 2019?
Yes.
In 2019, were you assigned and involved in an investigation into a reported theft that was reported by an individual by the name of Troy Bunnell?
Yes.
And in that reported theft, did he indicate that one firearm out of a 2 firearm set had been stolen from him?
He did.
And did Mr. Bunnell provide a photograph of the remaining firearm to show you what the one that was stolen looked like?
Yes, I took a picture of the remaining one.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've just shown you what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 100. Is that a photo of the gun that remained from the matching set that Mr. Bunnell described to you at that time?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photo that you took during the course of that investigation?
It is.
People would offer Exhibit 100 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
100's admitted into evidence.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Any questions from this jury? Okay, you're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May he be discharged from his subpoena?
He may.
Ms. Devereaux?
He's not released from our subpoena.
Okay, so you're still subject to recall. Okay, we're going to take our lunch period. I hope that made sense why it was such a short witness, didn't want to have to wait. So I appreciate your flexibility as well. And so we're going to be in recess. Why don't we say that we start up again? How's 1:30? Does that work for everybody?
Yes, sir.
1:30. Again, please don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, including witnesses, other jurors, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss this trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Have a great lunch hour. We'll see you at 1:30. Let's all please rise for the jury. Welcome to be seated. Let's see, we're outside the presence of the jury. Any other issues before we break for lunch?
Just what we're gonna do with the evidence that's been brought out.
Are you going to need it for this afternoon?
Yes,
Yes.
We'll lock the courtroom so nobody comes in here if you're
Okay.
comfortable with that.
that's fine. I just wanna make sure we're all on the same page.
Yep, so we'll make sure to lock the courtroom so nobody's allowed back in, including you guys, unless you knock. I'll be here for most of that lunch hour, but
Okay, and I was just wondering, and maybe it's just not for everyone, but speaking with Mr. Wren on when he anticipates resting so we can coordinate with our witnesses. We had some scheduled to be here at 1:15, but just for the professionals to try to accommodate their time.
I believe we have 4 left, so I believe it would be this afternoon, but I did not anticipate Ms. Winch taking all morning, so we're behind a little bit.
okay. I mean, I would have some witnesses available just in case for this afternoon. What do you think the minimum amount of time is going to be for the 4 witnesses? You guys are in a better position to know how long it's going to take for the 4 witnesses.
So, I think my direct total on all those, or our direct total on all those would probably be an hour and a half at most.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Maybe, hopefully we'll rest by 4 or something.
So you guys will,
We'll figure it out.
I'm just trying to avoid dead time.
We have people here ready to go. Mr. Wren did kindly email us last night, and he thought they'd be resting by noon, so our witnesses were planning on being here by 1:15, 1:30-ish. So we have witnesses to go. It's just a matter of our witnesses are gonna be delayed now, so,
Okay, sounds like it's going to be no earlier than like 3?
agreed.
Okay, all right. Yes,
And
sir.
when we come back, the first thing I'd like to do is publish the People's Exhibit 100 that was just admitted. I didn't want to delay.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that. Are you going to publish it on the big screen?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see you at 1:30. And again, I'm going to lock the courtroom up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Leave it all here, please. And I believe we have everything out that we need for these additional witnesses, but I'm going to double check my list and I'll come back a little early. And just, Cheryl, if you could be here 1:20-ish, just in case. Okay, thanks.
Hey, Detective Atwood, or I'm not sure, LC Porter, but there's a brown bag over here that's open, that looks like an evidence bag.
It's full of all the repackaging.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure nothing came open again.
All those.
Okay.
Yeah. The repackaging.
I didn't want to get blamed for anything.
Nope.
Okay, why don't we get started? Okay, we're back on the record. It's 1:32 on July 14th, 2022. We're outside the presence of the jury and People v. Kevin Eastman. The parties are all present. Any issues before we get started? I understand the prosecution is going to publish the last exhibit that was admitted. Correct.
There is one issue or stipulation Mr. Run just approached us with and we have agreed to. I don't have the photo. I guess I'll let Mr. Run make the record, but yeah, over you.
We're going to be calling a CIA Masha Signowski. I believe it's Signaevsky. And who tested the steak knife from the dishwasher that has been referenced. The steak knife is not in evidence. The photo of the steak knife is in evidence. Parties are prepared to stipulate that People's Exhibit 219, which is a photo of that steak knife, is the steak knife that was tested by Ms. Signaevsky. And therefore, the foundation will have been established that way.
My understanding is that 219 was already admitted through one of your witnesses.
Right, the photo is.
Right.
But the actual knife has not been.
Okay.
So in order to lay the foundation that this is the knife that she tested, there's a stipulation.
Okay, and you will announce that in front of the jury as well?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, great. I don't know if you want to get your exhibit ready to publish when the jurors come in.
Sure, we can pull that up now.
And Your Honor, just one more thing. Mr. Blake McLaughlin is present on our subpoena, but he is a VRA, or he is VRA, so I think he can stay in the courtroom pursuant to the court's prior ruling, but I just want to let the court know that he is present.
Okay. And you anticipate him testifying today?
If we get to our side today, yes.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully we will.
Hopefully.
We'll see. I'm not trying to rush anybody by any means. Okay, let's bring the jurors in.
Please rise.
Good afternoon, you're welcome to be seated. Hope you had a good lunch hour. Okay, we're back in the presence of the jury, and I believe that the prosecution wanted to simply publish that last exhibit that they referenced prior to taking our lunch break. And did you want to make any further record regarding the stipulation of the parties, Mr. Wren?
We will talk about that stipulation when we get to that witness.
great.
But yes, the people are publishing People's Exhibit 100 on the screen, which was just admitted prior to lunch through Deputy Stupka.
Thank you.
At this point, the people would call their next witness, Madison Fisher, to the stand.
Good afternoon. And please have you come to the witness stand, and before you sit down, I'll swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone.
Hello. Too close?
That's fine.
Okay.
And once you're settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Madison Fisher, Fisher.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could tell the jury where you work and what you do there.
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner, and I work for the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, and I work out of the Northern Colorado Regional Forensics Lab.
Does that mean that you analyze items that are submitted not only by Larimer County, but also other surrounding police agencies as well?
That's correct.
Can you describe the science of firearm and tool mark examination, please?
So essentially with firearms and tool mark examination, what we are asked to do is look at tool marks, and we are asked to look at whether that submitted tool could have possibly made that tool mark.
What is your educational background which qualifies you for that position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science and a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Criminal Justice from the University of Central Oklahoma. But the main bulk of my training was done at Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas.
And how long have you worked in the field of forensic science?
I got hired with Texas April of 2015.
Do you have any other on-the-job training outside of what you just referenced in Texas in the area of firearms and tool mark examination and comparison?
Once a year, we are required to go to an outside training.
And do you do that?
Yes, to continue our education.
Approximately how many such comparisons have you conducted throughout your career?
Oh, hundreds, thousands maybe.
Are you a member of any professional affiliations in this particular area of science?
Yes, I'm a member of AFTE, which is the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners.
And have you previously testified in court as an expert in the area of firearm and tool mark examination?
I have.
Approximately how many times and which courts?
I have testified 3 times. I testified twice in Texas and once in Larimer County.
Welcome to Weld.
Thank you.
At this time, Your Honor, the people would offer Ms. Fisher as an expert in firearm and tool mark examination.
Any voir dire or any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
So the court is going to find that Ms. Fisher, pursuant to Rule 702, the rules of evidence, based on her knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education, is an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark examination, and may offer an expert opinion with regard to that subject matter.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, did you receive firearm and tool mark evidence from both the Larimer County Sheriff's Office and the Weld County Sheriff's Office with respect to the investigation into the deaths of Scott Sessions and Heather Frank?
I did.
And did both agencies request firearms-related testing of different evidentiary items that they submitted to you?
Yes.
And throughout the course of this investigation, you actually completed 3 separate reports in this matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I want to walk through those in chronological order, starting with your report dated November 10th of 2021, okay?
Okay.
I may approach, Your Honor? So, Bishop, I've shown you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibits 115 and 141. And we'll go through each of those respectively in a moment here. Starting with People's Exhibit 115, and I know that item has been repackaged for trial presentation purposes, but do you recognize that item?
I do.
Is that an item that you received as part of this case that you analyzed?
Yes.
Yeah, and we'll come back to that in a moment. If you look at 141, please, which has previously been admitted by this court.
I recognize this as well.
Okay. Did you do a comparison of those two items?
Yes, so,
Before we get into
okay.
exactly what, I just want to first know, did you do a comparison?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about what they are, first of all. 115, what is that item?
This is the recovered bullet.
And when you say recovered, the indication on the packaging is that it was recovered from inside of Heather Frank during autopsy, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just reading what the sticker says, yeah.
And do you actually see the projectile that was recovered from Ms. Frank in the packaging?
I do not.
It's right, you're covering it up with your left hand.
Oh, I see it, yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be the same item that you received and analyzed in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And that was given a unique CBI item number by you, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that was item number 9?
Yes,
All right. Then turning to 141 again, was that a box initially full of, or nearly full of 22 caliber ammunition that was noted to be recovered from Kevin Eastman's cooler?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity, when you first received that, were all of those live rounds of ammunition actually in the box?
no, they were packaged like this.
Okay. And did you count the number of live rounds that were associated with that item?
Yes,
And how many were there?
I believe, may I refer to my notes?
Of course.
I believe there were 45.
You labeled them as 12.2 through 12.45, is that correct?
Yes,
So that would be
so at 44, yes.
All right. And just so we're all clear, when I say live rounds, that means bullets that are in the box that have not been fired by a gun, is that correct?
That's correct. A live round is essentially a cartridge, which the cartridge makes up the cartridge case, the bullet, and the powder within it.
And were those 44 live rounds essentially in the same condition as you would receive them if you bought them from a sporting goods store off the shelf?
Yes,
And were you asked to determine whether the bullet that was recovered from Ms. Frank, CBI item number 9, was consistent with the live rounds contained in the ammunition box, which is Exhibit 141 or CBI items 12.2 through 12.45?
I was.
And did you conduct that comparison?
I did.
How did you do that?
So I took the CBI item 9 and I documented the class characteristics. These are characteristics that are determined prior to manufacture. So this means essentially the bullet design. I look at that and then I compare to the design from the CBI item 12.
And what were the results of your comparison?
That based on the design from item 9, it is consistent with item 12.
And how were you able to determine that?
By looking at item 9, I can see that it is a lead round-nosed bullet with 3 cantilevers, and item 12 also has a lead round-nosed bullet with 3 cantilevers.
All right, you just mentioned lead. Are there other types of .22 caliber ammunition other than lead?
Yes,
What are some of the other options?
copper washed or brass washed.
And how do those other types of bullets differ in appearance to the lead that we see in People's Exhibit 141, which are the live rounds?
So the bullet will have a copper color or a brass color.
And the lead is darker or almost black, gray or black?
Correct, it's just a solid lead.
And you also referred to the term cantilevers. Why don't you tell us what that is on a bullet and how it was used for your comparison?
So cantilevers are used for lubrication on the bullet or crimping of the bullet. They run the circumference of that bullet, and some are knurled, which just means they have this bumpy looking texture, and some are smooth.
Where on the bullet can you see these cantilevers?
Around the base,
Okay.
or the body of the bullet.
So when you say the base, not the casing.
Correct. So with the bullet, you've got the nose, which is the top, and then you've got your base, which is the bottom, and then the body will essentially be that middle portion.
All right, and now I'll retrieve those items.
Bless you.
Now I want to turn your attention to your report dated December 6th of 2021. And let me grab a couple evidentiary items here.
Thank you, Steve.
I may approach now. I'm showing you what has been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 170, which is identified on the labeling as spent 22 casings times 2 from Eastman's pocket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was identified as CBI item number 3, and then that was broken into 3.1 and 3.2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you asked to determine whether the 2 spent shell casings that are in People's Exhibit 170 were fired from the same firearm?
I was.
Describe the process that you used to conduct that analysis.
So with conducting this analysis, we put these cartridge cases on a comparison microscope, and this allows us to look at the firing pin impression or chamber marks. There's multiple areas on a cartridge case that we can look at, and we look for individual characteristics to be able to make our determination.
Before we go too much further, let's do some educating here. When we say shell casings, or those cases specifically, where are those on the bullet, and how do we end up with them?
So a shell casing is once it's been, well, it doesn't have to be fired. So a shell casing is just the cartridge case part, and that is minus the powder and minus the bullet.
Okay. So is the casing what houses the bullet or the projectile that is expended out of the gun?
Yes.
And then is the casing, does it remain either in the gun on a revolver or expelled to the side on a semi-automatic firearm?
Yes.
And what were the results of your analysis as to whether or not 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same weapon?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule.
I identified the 2 cartridge cases as having been fired by the same unknown firearm,
Okay, and what did you base that conclusion on?
the firing pin impression.
It described what a firing pin impression is as it relates to a casing.
So when a gun is fired, the firing pin projects and it hits the primer of that cartridge case and it leaves a mark in that cartridge case.
On what would be considered the round back of the casing, is that accurate?
That's correct. So for a 9mm, you're gonna have that in the middle. For 22s, you have it around the outside of the head stamp of the cartridge case.
And what is it about a firing pin impression that differ from each other that allows you to determine whether or not this one casing was fired by the same gun as another casing?
So during the manufacturing process, this leaves individual characteristics on that firing pin as it's being made in the factory.
And so does each firing pin leave a unique mark
Yes,
on the casing itself?
yes.
Now, if I may approach Your Honor with People's Exhibit 171. Do you recognize that item as well?
I do.
And what is the description of that item?
It is live 22 LR cartridges times 3.
And were those also given CBI items number 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3?
Yes,
And did you visually compare the live rounds from 4.1 through 4.3 to the spent casings that you previously identified as 3.1 and 3.2?
I did.
And what did you note when you conducted that visual comparison?
That they were both brass cartridge cases and that they had the same head stamp.
Were you asked to compare the live cartridges, 4.1 through 4.3, to the ammunition removed from the box of 44 live rounds that you spoke of that was previously emitted as People's Exhibit 141?
Are you asking if I examined 4 to the 12.2s? Sorry,
Yeah,
I know there's a lot in there.
You've got exhibit numbers and CBI numbers, so let me just clarify. I'm asking if you examined 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, which are the live rounds in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Against what you identified as CBI item number 12.2 through 12.45.
Yes.
And what was the result of your comparison?
That they also had the same class characteristics. So they had the same head stamp, cartridge case composition, and the bullets were similar.
In other words, People's Exhibits 171, or your 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 are also lead 22 caliber Remington ammunition, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, now turning to your final report dated December 23rd of 2021. Did you receive what has previously been in as People's Exhibit 129? If I may approach, John.
Sure.
Yes.
And how do you know that that's an item that you received and analyzed?
I can see my packaging when we when we seal it back up. And then,
How do you know that's your packaging? What demarks that?
so when we seal it up, we put our initials and date of when we sealed that packaging.
Okay. And you see your initials and date on that packaging?
I do.
And what is People's Exhibit 129?
May I refer to my notes on?
Sure.
And if it helps you, is that CBI item number 38?
Yes.
And what is CBI item number 38?
It is a Winchester rifle.
And is it a .22 caliber pump action Winchester
Yes.
rifle? And were you asked to determine whether the spent shell casings from Kevin Eastman's pocket, which were People's Exhibit 170, were fired from that .22 caliber Winchester pump action rifle?
Yes.
Describe the process that you used in making that determination.
So when we get a firearm, we document the make, model, caliber, serial number of that firearm. We then make sure that it is safe to fire. From there, we pick reference collection ammunition, and we shoot test fires from this firearm. From there, we take those test fires, which are our knowns, and compare them to our unknowns underneath our microscope.
And what was your conclusion after engaging in this process?
I eliminated the cartridge cases found in Eastman's pocket from this firearm.
When you say you eliminated them from this firearm, do you mean that you eliminated them as having been fired from this firearm?
That's correct.
So that gun didn't shoot those casings?
That's correct.
And what did you base that conclusion on?
The firing pin impression. This firearm created a rectangular firing pin impression, whereas the unknown cartridge cases had a circular firing pin impression.
I'll retrieve that item. Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please, thank you. May I have a moment to get some
Sure.
evidence? Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Fisher.
Good afternoon.
Nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you too.
So I want to start off today with your report dated November 10th, 2021. And again, in that report, you were asked to examine The two items that Mr. Wren spoke to you about. Item 9, which was the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank.
Okay.
And then you also spoke on direct examination about item 12, which is the 22 ammo from the cooler.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you called that cooler Mr. Eastman's cooler. And I just wanted to clarify for the jury, you have no personal knowledge of who owned that cooler.
That's correct.
You're just calling it Mr. Eastman's cooler because that was the label, identifying label or title provided to you.
That's correct.
And this probably seems also obvious, but you have no idea how that ammo got in that cooler.
That's correct.
In addition, or let me, I guess, start by item number 9. You indicated on direct examination that you were able to determine that the bullet recovered from Ms. Frank, again, item 9, also known as People's Exhibit 115, was consistent with the items in number 12, which is the 44-22 ammo found in the cooler.
Yes.
And I just want to break that down a little bit in terms of what you're actually able to say when you say it's consistent. You indicated they have the same class characteristics.
Yes.
And a class characteristic is just a way for you to narrow down the playing field in terms of identifying specifics or descriptions of a bullet.
That's correct. A class characteristic is made prior to manufacture. So if you think of class characteristics like blondes or redheads or roundhead people, that's just a class characteristic of a person.
The class characteristics that you're able to determine from the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank is that it's a .22 caliber bullet.
Correct.
And that it's a lead bullet.
Correct.
And that's all you are also able to say about the .22s found in the cooler as well.
Yes, that they were lead. Yes.
And also I believe you said that they were round nose.
That's correct.
And that they have the 3 cantilevers. Cantilevers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But beyond that, there was nothing in the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank that you were able to identify any type of specifics that would help you match the recovered bullet to the bullets found in the cooler.
That's correct.
And one such way you could have identified or matched the bullet from Ms. Frank to the bullet in the coolers would have been if the recovered bullet had any type of land or grooves in it.
So since we have unfired ammunition versus fired ammunition, that fired ammunition is going to have what a firearm would leave on it. This unfired ammunition is not.
Correct. And the reason why you're not able to match that because of that is because you don't have the firearm.
That's correct.
And so you're able to match a recovered bullet or a spent bullet or recovered bullet to a particular firearm.
Yes.
Because when a firearm shoots or shoots a bullet, it leaves that particular specific identifying land or groove on the bullet.
That's correct.
And because you don't have the firearm here, you aren't able to connect the dots in between the bullets in the cooler and the recovered bullet.
That's correct.
And so when investigators asked you to compare the two, again, the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank and the Remington brand 22s in the cooler, all you're able to say is that, again, very general, they're 22 Remington brand.
That's correct.
And so for those of us who aren't super familiar with firearms and bullets, bullets don't have like a serial number or like a vehicle would have like a VIN number that identified that bullet, recovered bullet, being from a certain batch or year or model 22s that Remington made at one point.
So sometimes a ammunition box will have a lot number, so that will be on the box. And there are some manufacturers with their head stamps, they can put a year or a symbol on that represents a year or maybe in what manufacturer it was made. But in this instance, no.
And again, a head stamp is just telling you generally the manufacturing type of bullet.
Yeah, it's on the cartridge case, yes, and it just tells you the manufacturer.
Okay. As a toolmark examiner, you're familiar with AFTI, as you just said, on direct examination, you are a member of their association.
I am.
And as such, you're familiar with AFTI's Glossary 6th edition.
Yes.
And your examination in this case complied with AFTI standards.
Yes.
And AFTI establishes 4 different ranges of conclusions when comparing tool marks.
Yes.
And those are identification, inconclusive, unsuitable, or elimination.
That's correct.
And of those 4, in this particular case, when you're comparing item number 9, the recovered bullet, to item 12, the 22s that were found in the cooler, you would have to determine or state that your identification was inconclusive.
So with the AFTI theories on our analysis, that refers to individual marks.
And
versus these are class characteristics.
Right, and because you don't have individual marks, you would have to say that your comparison was inconclusive.
So since I don't have individual marks and I don't have anything to compare it to, I can't render an opinion on whether it's inconclusive, elimination, or identification.
Going to show, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And Ms. Fisher, this is not the first time you and I are speaking, is it?
No, it's not.
In fact, we know it's the first time seeing each other face to face. You and I have spoke on the phone on 2 different occasions.
That's correct.
And it's your testimony today that you were not able to specify which of the 4 different conclusion ranges the AFTI conclusion ranges for your examination comparing item 9, the recovered bullet, to item 12.
So those AFTI conclusion ranges are for individualization. Since these cartridges are unfired, they're not going to have any individualization. They're just going to have the class characteristics. So I just looked at those class characteristics and compared them to the class characteristics of the fired evidence.
And we spoke on the phone on May 16th, 2022, correct?
Sounds correct.
And at that time, I asked you the same question. I asked you what the type of conclusion, AFTI conclusion, you would label this comparison.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And on that date, you said, and I quote, that it would lean more towards inconclusive.
So To be honest, that question kind of caught me off guard, and I thought about it afterwards. Like I stated here, those conclusions are based on the individual characteristics that get left on the fired evidence. Since the items 12.2 through 12.25 do not have individual characteristics, I really can't make that determination on whether it's inconclusive identification or an elimination, because they don't have those individual characteristics that I look for on the microscope.
And again, all you're able to say is they're all 22 leads from Remington.
Yes.
May I approach the witness? What's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 144 and Defense Exhibit RR, as in red.
Sure.
And Ms. Fisher, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
I do.
And you recognize those items because you were also asked to do a comparison, a tool marks comparison on those items as well, correct?
Correct.
If you can please tell the jury what Exhibit RR is. Defense Exhibit RR, to be clear.
It is wire cutters.
And what is the next exhibit you have, People's Exhibit 144?
It's a spool of wire.
And can you please describe to the jury what you were asked to do?
I was asked to determine whether the tool marks on the spool of wire could have been made from the wire cutters.
And the spool of wire, do you know where the spool of wire came from, where you provided that information?
On the sticker, it says that wire from garage that may have been wrapped around body.
Thank you. And did you do what you were asked to do?
Yes.
And were you able to, or let's look at item 13 specifically. It's your item 13, but it's actually Defense Exhibit RR, the cutters. Were you able to see any damage to the working surface area of those wire cutters?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that looked like?
There's a chip or a divot taken out towards the end of those cutters.
Thank you. And that was both, the damage was seen on both side B and C of that working surface of those wire cutters, right?
Yes.
And that type of divot on the working surface would leave some sort of mark on whatever wire or whatever it was used to cut.
Yes.
And in your examination of People's Exhibit 144, you were not, the wire that was potentially to be used to be wrapped Ms. Franken, you were not able to locate any kind of correlating divot.
That's correct. There is more surface area on that tool that you can use.
And that's, again, you were asked to do this though, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar, because you're an employee and a forensic scientist with the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory, you are familiar with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Forensic Services Standard Operating Procedures.
That's correct.
And because of that, you're aware that CBI Standard 10.14 says in any tool mark case where you're doing some sort of microscopic comparison, you are able to essentially make a mold of the divot to help with your comparison.
Yes, you can.
And you did not do that in this case.
I didn't make a mold, but I made tests.
Okay. And even though you didn't make a mold and you made these tests, you were not able to determine anything more than the wire cutters are able to cut wire.
That's correct. So for this analysis, I was unable to determine.
And so all you were able to tell from your testing as a forensic scientist was that the wire cutters could cut wire and that the wire was cut by a pinching tool.
That's correct.
Nothing more specific or identifiable or with individual characteristics was able to be determined.
That's correct.
Now if we can please turn to your report dated December 6, 2021. You testify, and again, just to orient the jury, you testified that on direct examination that you tested the two spent 22 LR casings from Mr. Eastman's pocket.
That's correct.
And item 4, which is the live 22 LR cartridges, and there was 3 of them.
That's correct.
And you also had item 9, which again was the recovered bullet,
Yes.
and item 12, which is the cooler ammo.
Yes.
And you also testified that each of the spent casings in Mr. Eastman's pocket were fired from the same firearm.
That's correct.
And you were able to determine that because they have the same fire pin impression.
They have individual characteristics within that firing pin impression.
Yes. But again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that you don't know what gun that belonged to.
That's correct. It's I identified it as having been fired from the same unknown firearm.
And one of the casings, 3.1 from Mr. Eastman's pocket, you entered that into what's called the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, also known as NIBIN,
Yes.
and the Colorado database associated with it.
Yes.
And what that does is it potentially helps you locate what firearm was used or if there was a match to the similar fire pin impressions.
So what that does is it is a database that takes a series of images of the head stamp area on a fired cartridge case. And this searches other fired cartridge cases that have been submitted either from a test fired firearm or a crime scene. So if you think of it as like a CODIS or a APHIS, it's just the firearms version.
And for those of us who don't know what a CODIS or AVIS is, can you explain that?
It's just a database so CODIS is DNA, so that's their DNA database, and then APHIS is fingerprints database.
And you were not able to come up with any type of match to one of the casings from Mr. Eastman's pocket?
As far as NIBIN goes, no, I had no investigative leads on that cartridge case.
And you indicated on direct examination that the spent casings in Mr. Eastman's pocket displayed the same head stamp as the live cartridges in his pocket. And again, all that means is that they were made by Remington.
Correct.
And that they were also .22 caliber.
Correct.
You would agree with me when I say that there are 4 main manufacturers of .22 long rifle bullets.
As far as common, yeah.
Remington is one of them.
Correct.
There's also Federal, Winchester, and CCI.
Yes, I would say those are the most known.
And together, those 4 brands manufacture approximately 75% of all U.S. .22 long rifle cartridges in the United States.
Okay.
Is that a rough estimate?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even begin to know a number to put on it.
And you wouldn't begin to know even a number to put on it because they make about billions of these .22 long range caliber bullets or cartridges every year.
Yes, I imagine they make a bunch.
If I could have one moment, please, to retrieve an exhibit. Ms. Fisher, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit L1, which is another box of Remington Thunderbolts ammunition.
Okay.
And then I'm also showing you what you just saw in direct examination, which was People's Exhibit 141, which again is a 22 Thunderbolt Remington box.
Okay.
Do those two boxes of 22 Remington brand Thunderbolt ammunition boxes look similar?
Yes.
Were you ever presented with the box in Defense Exhibit L1?
No.
Were you ever presented for any type of firearm examination or tool marks examination, any 22 bullets identified from being within the pocket of a Troy Bonnell on February 16, 2020?
No.
Just to clarify, when you said that there was we're talking about the 4 different types of manufacturers of 22 bullets, that was an approximation that the 4 main companies make billions of those bullets every year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they make a bunch of those. I don't know exactly how many they manufacture, but I imagine it's a lot.
One more moment, please. And going back to item number 9, the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank, again, you're familiar with the CBI standard operating procedures.
Yes.
And procedure 10.2 subsection 9 says in certain circumstances, analysis may allow determination of a possible firearm type, and it may be reported when a firearm is not submitted for comparison.
That's correct.
And that standard goes on to say that it is possible when class characteristics commonly seen in relation to a specific manufacturer are present.
Yes.
And again, we've talked about it, you don't have a firearm in this case.
I do not.
And you've spoken or testified quite a bit and based your comparison on class characteristics.
Yes.
But in this case, the bullet recovered from Ms. Frank was too badly damaged to do this type of analysis that the CBI standard authorizes.
That's correct.
So again, you have no way of knowing where item 9 came from in terms of firearm, right?
That's correct.
You have also no way of knowing or matching item number 9, the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank, to any specific casing.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Need redirect?
Yes, please. You just testified that we don't have a firearm in this case to compare to the casings, right?
That's right.
And in fact, we do have a firearm. It's the long rifle,
That's correct.
but we know that rifle didn't fire the 2 casings found in Mr. Eastman's pocket.
That's correct.
Okay. So what we're left with is we don't have a firearm that we can connect to those 2 casings.
That's correct.
All right. And because we don't have a firearm to use for comparison purposes, you can't compare item 9 or the projectile or bullet recovered from Ms. Frank during autopsy and determine whether or not that bullet was fired out of the shell casings that we have from Kevin Eastman's pocket, correct?
Correct.
All right. We would, in order to make that kind of comparison, we would need the firearm that fired or that struck the firing or made the firing pin impression on the casings, correct?
Yes.
And since we don't have that, we can't conduct that kind of analysis.
That's correct.
All right, going back to the wire cutters and the spool of wire that Ms. Deborah just talked to you about. Do you still have those?
I think I do.
Great. So the wire cutters are defense exhibit RR, and the spool of wire was introduced by Deputy Adams as People's Exhibit 144. Clear some of these things up. The way you describe your findings in your report on that issue is that your analysis was incongruent. Agreement or disagreement of individual characteristics. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. In other words, you can't say whether those wire cutters did cut that spool of wire, but you also can't say that they didn't.
That's correct.
We don't know.
That's correct.
And what the photo that Ms. Devereaux showed you of defense L1, which is a box of Remington 22 caliber Thunderbolt ammunition, that appears to be on top of a refrigerator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Can you recross?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Fisher, Mr. Wren just questioned you about how you couldn't conduct the type of analysis that would be able to confirm the casings from Mr. Eastman's pocket to the recovered bullet from Ms. Frank because you don't have a firearm.
So we can't determine whether a bullet came from a particular cartridge case. We can determine whether a bullet was fired from a particular firearm or a cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm.
Thank you for that. And my question was more of, he was alluding to or asking you because you weren't provided with a firearm, you couldn't do that analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And so essentially you had a missing piece of the puzzle that you need to be able to do your job.
That's correct, because I eliminated the firearm that was submitted.
Correct. But just to be also clear in terms of not having what you need to be able to do your job, if you were never provided the bullets from the 22 bullets found from a gentleman named Troy Bonnell's pocket, you also would not be able to do your type of analysis.
Objection, foundation, speculation, and beyond the scope.
Mr. Wren asked this witness about why she couldn't do her analysis because she was missing a firearm. My point is because law enforcement did not collect the bullets from Mr. Bonnell's pockets and she was not provided them as she indicated on direct examination, she wouldn't be able to do that type of analysis even if we had a firearm.
Mr. Wren?
Same objection.
So it seems to me that that's argumentative, not through this witness, so I'll stand the objection.
Can I rephrase it?
Yes.
You would need to have,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. How can you rephrase when nothing was, she has already said nothing was submitted to her. So what can she testify to on this issue?
she could testify that she needs bullets or casings to do a 12 marks comparison analysis.
She has already.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
May she be excused from her subpoena?
She may, thank you.
Ms. Devereaux?
She is under our subpoena. She's not released, but we know how to get a hold of her in case we need her. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people would call Alex Rue, Agent Alex Rue from Colorado Bureau of Investigations to the stand.
Good afternoon. Thanks for waiting. If I could please come on up to the witness stand and I'll swear you in. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Rue. The last name is spelled R-U-G-H.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Rue, is it?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in the Denver Forensic Lab located in Arvada, Colorado.
What is your position?
I am a forensic scientist. My job rank is agent.
How long have you been an agent, a forensic scientist with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
I was first hired there in 1993, so that's about 28 years.
Did you have any prior forensic science sort of experience before that?
Yes. For the prior 6 years or so, I was employed with the Aurora, Colorado Crime Laboratory as a crime scene investigator, as well as for a few years doing this supervisor of crime scenes and doing some laboratory analysis as well.
So total, how long has your career been with law enforcement?
I think I started in Aurora in 1987 or 86, so it's hard to do the math.
No, that's okay. It's a really long time.
Yeah.
What is Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
The Colorado Bureau of Investigation, or sometimes known as CBI, is the part of the state government. It is a division of the Department of Public Safety. And our job is to, among other things in the Forensic Services Laboratory, analyze evidence which is related to crimes.
As an agent with Colorado Bureau of Investigations, actually, let's go back. What is your education level?
Well, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in criminalistics from the Metropolitan State College. I got that degree in 1988. Criminalistics is another term for forensic sciences in other colleges or universities. Prior to that time, I had training and employment as a geologist in geological sciences types of jobs.
So as an agent with Colorado Bureau of Investigations, do you conduct gunshot residue tests?
Yes.
What is a gunshot residue test?
A gunshot residue test is a test that examines evidence for microscopic particles, which are made up of 3 chemical elements that arise from the ammunition. What we are looking for are individual particles which contain the chemical elements lead, barium, and antimony. These 3 elements are originally components of the primer of the ammunition, and when a gun is fired, in the ensuing heat and pressures, the individual components have the ability to coalesce into a single particle having all 3 of those elements.
Are you moving to?
I'm going to admit him here soon. How many gunshot residue tests have you done?
Well, I don't have a really good count, but my estimate is that over the years I have done 900 to 1,000 cases involving the examination of gunshot residue kits.
And do you have training related to gunshot residue tests?
Yes, my training first involved on-the-job training with other analyst agents at the laboratory. I've had training with the manufacturer of the instrument that we use, the scanning electron microscope, in the year 2000. I attended a conference in 2005 where I attended workshops, seminars, and actually gave a presentation on aspects of gunshot residue. I've attended some other training in conferences in 2017 and have presented on one topic of gunshot residue particles. I have also received training from the manufacturer of the instruments that we currently use. The first of those was in 2009, and then lately in 2021.
Do you have to keep up any sort of certification regarding continuing education?
Not per se. Our discipline is not governed by a body that requires on-the-job training. However, we are encouraged to do that each year while employed, and each year our proficiency is tested in this discipline by an outside testing body.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of gunshot residue testing?
Yes.
How many times and in what courts?
The number is easier. It's 145. Most of those testimonies were in the counties of El Paso, Arapahoe, Adams, Jefferson, Weld, and Larimer. I've also testified in the court in Sterling, Colorado, as well as Craig, and also in Cortez and Pueblo.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to have Agent Rue admitted as an expert in the area of gunshot residue examination and give an opinion in that field.
No objection.
So the court's going to find that Mr. Rue, based on his knowledge, skill, training, experience, and education, is an expert in the field of gunshot residue, also known as GSR. Examinations may offer an expert opinion with regard to that subject matter.
Thank you. So can you tell the jury, how do you test for gunshot residue?
The test for gunshot residue is by analyzing a sample, usually comes in a kit that's provided to us from the law enforcement agency. The kit's manufactured having these, what are known as stubs. It's an aluminum disc with a double-sided tape that is on the surface. The disc is about the size of a U.S. dime, or around half an inch or so in diameter. Those stubs are pressed onto the surfaces that is being examined. In the case, I examined a kit that sampled a person's left hand, right hand, and face, and those stubs are put into the chamber of what is a scanning electron microscope. That's an instrument, sometimes we'll refer to it as SEM. This instrument allows us to look at a magnified image of the surfaces of the sample and allows us to look across the surface for candidate particles which may contain these elements of interest. So the instrument is set up with an automated computer scanning program that looks at all of the surface areas, stores the locations of any particles of interest, and then it is up to the analyst to go back and confirm any particles that might fit the category of being characteristic of gunshot residue.
Who prepares those gunshot residue kits?
The kits are manufactured. In this case, the kit was manufactured by a company called TriTech.
Is that something that's distributed by Colorado Bureau of Investigations, or is that distributed alternatively to law enforcement?
We don't distribute the kits. It's up to the individual law enforcement agency to purchase their own. These are available in companies through order online or through telephone to order the kits. They're directly sent to the law enforcement agency for their use.
So what kinds of things affect your ability to be able to obtain results, gunshot residue results?
Well, the first thing is that a particle characteristic of gunshot residue has to be present.
Is that the kind of thing that's easily rubbed off or washed off?
It is off of the skin. Once it's collected, it remains on that sticky tape and it is not going to be dislodged from the sticky tape. However, from the skin, it is possible to wash or rub or otherwise dislodge particles through normal activity.
And when you do the gunshot residue types, do you take any quality assurance measures when you're doing that testing?
Yes, we do. In order for us to satisfy our quality control procedures, we have a positive control that is analyzed prior to starting the sequence of evidence samples. That's a control that has known gunshot residue particles on the surface. If we find these characteristic particles on our positive control, it assures us that the instrument is capable of finding them on the evidence samples. We also have in the sequence of samples a control blank. In other words, a sample which comes from the factory in a sealed vial, just like the evidence collection samples, and it is analyzed along with the evidence. We have also what would be a stage monitor. This is kind of a sample that's inside the chamber of the SEM, and it is there to monitor whether or not there are particles falling out of the laboratory air onto the surface of the interior of the stage whenever the stage is open. The last sample that we run in the sequence is this positive control again to see that it is still capable of finding particles characteristic of GSR. So whenever the positive controls are satisfactory at the beginning and at the end, we know that in between, as long as the instrument is stable, that gunshot residue particles can be detected on the evidence and the blanks.
And those instruments are certified by Colorado Bureau of Investigations, aren't they?
We have what would be, I guess, consider a validation. In other words, we analyze known samples, we look at all the parameters of the SEM to see that it is operating according to the manufacturer's specifications and that it meets the validation of fit for use. When that is done, then we can put it into service for analyzing evidence. Monthly, we verify that the instrument is still calibrated, that it is finding chemical elements that are there from known samples, and we monitor a laboratory air blank to see if anything has fallen into the laboratory air once a month, and make sure that the instrument is both calibrated and our laboratory is not possessing any contaminations that fall out of the laboratory air.
Agent Rue, how do you receive items to be tested?
The evidence in this case came originally to the Northern Regional, Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory in the Greeley area. The section that I work in, known as trace evidence, where we have this SEM, is only one of them in the whole CBI system throughout the state. So evidence that must be examined is brought from the Greeley area lab to the Denver area lab. And that's done through evidence technicians who make that transportation generally weekly.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 108. If I could approach, Judge.
Yes.
Agent Rue, People's Exhibit 108, do you recognize this gunshot residue kit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the, first of all, the CBI sticker on the top of the envelope with the CBI case number and item number that I was assigned to work, as well as the Weld County Sheriff's Office information. It also has my initials and the date that I sealed it on the bottom on the blue tape. And on the other side, the side that has information about the kit, I notice my initials, the case number, item number, and the date that I opened it.
So this is a kit that you tested, isn't that right?
It is.
And does that relate to a CBI case number that is given to that specific item or group of items that are sent to you?
It is.
And is that N20-180, is that right?
Correct.
And does that relate to Troy Bennell with a date of birth of 8/25 of 1966?
It does.
When you look at this gunshot residue kit and test it, do you then do a report?
I do.
And that report, when you do that report, do you also have to sort of pass that through your management in order to get that approved?
Yes, there's both a technical review process by a coworker who is also qualified to do the examination, and it has then an administrative review process for accuracy in the language, spelling, grammar of the report, as well as the information surrounding the evidence identification.
Now, in this particular case, can you tell the jury what were the results of your testing?
Well, the results of analyzing the stubs in this kit were negative for the particles characteristic of gunshot residue.
How long can GSR remain on objects?
Well, the particles can remain on an object until they're dislodged. Generally speaking, on the hands and face of a person, they can be removed or shed by normal activity. Some studies have shown at a period of 4 hours or so is a length of time for the kinds of normal activities to take place that might cause these particles, if any were on there to begin with, to be shed.
Now, does GSR, can that determine whether or not a person has discharged a gun?
That's not specifically. It is one of the conclusions that can be drawn from a positive result. But it's not the only one.
All right. What other kinds of results can you give regarding gunshot residue if it's not related to somebody shooting a gun?
Okay. Our reports read for a positive result that one where we find characteristic particles, gunshot residue characteristic particles, that the person may have fired a gun, may have been nearby when a gun is fired, or may have come in contact with something with gunshot residue on it. In other words, where a transfer could take place.
And I want to talk to you about these particles if they get on your clothing. So we talked about hands and face. Can they also get on your hair?
Yes, they can, once they are created when a gun is fired, they can swirl around nearby the gun and be deposited on surfaces nearby and several feet away. The particles get suspended into the air and will later settle down onto surfaces.
So I want to...
Nearby the gun.
Nearby the gun,
Yes.
wherever that happens to be.
Yes, as well as some more feet downrange from where the bullet goes.
So, as a hypothetical, I go to the gun range, and I'm wearing my handy dandy jeans, and I am shooting my gun. And as I'm shooting my gun, it's creating this explosion that creates the particles, right, that we're talking about, the gunshot residue particles.
Yes.
And if I'm shooting my gun, those particles are likely to get anywhere where that cloud has emanated. So, for example, it can get on my clothing.
It could.
It could get on my hair.
Yes,
It could get on my hands and my face, obviously.
Objection or leading?
that's true.
I'll overrule the objection.
And if I go and I wash, and I go and I take a shower, those things that are on my hands and my face, are those going to be present if a gunshot residue test is done after I wash?
Well, washing, showering, washing the hair are certainly the kinds of activities which would tend to remove, wash away, or dislodge particles. So I can't say for sure that every single particle would have been removed by that activity, but it is certainly one which would tend to shed them, and finding gunshot residue particles afterwards would not be considered likely.
So if I throw my jeans in the hamper, and they have the shell casing still in them, but I've washed myself, if I grab those jeans out of that hamper without washing them, and I put them on my body, and I stick my hands in my pocket where those shell casings are at, how likely is it going to be, if somebody comes and does a GSR kit on me, that I'm going to come positive for gunshot residue?
Well, in that scenario, the genes from the environment of the gun range shooting are likely to be recipients of gunshot residue. Certainly the cartridge cases was where the gunshot residue might emanate from when the gun is fired. So in that scenario, it is likely that by coming in contact with the genes in the cartridge cases, that a transfer could occur, and in that situation, the result is likely that the test would be positive for finding particles which were transferred onto the skin.
In this case, Heather Frank, the named victim, was a victim of gunshot wounds to the chest. Was she tested for GSR, to your knowledge?
No.
And can you tell the jury why victims of gunshot wounds would not be tested for GSR?
It's our laboratory policy to not examine persons who have gunshot wounds for the presence of gunshot residue. The reasoning is that when we look at our positive results statements, the person may have fired a gun, may have been in the vicinity of a gun when it was fired nearby, or could have come in contact with something with gunshot residue on it. We cannot distinguish between which of those situations would be the one that causes particles to be found. So that since a person is a victim of a gunshot wound, and we know these particles can be created and come out of the barrel of the gun and the sides of the gun and settle around the area where the gun is fired, that we're not going to be able to use the results of this kit to determine anything useful for the investigation. The person may be positive for gunshot residue by being the victim of a gunshot wound.
And with regard to that, if you even have a close-up gunshot, there's still a likelihood, would you agree, that you're going to be positive for gunshot residue because you are the victim of a gunshot?
Well, the particles are created when the gun is fired, and the barrel, coming out of the barrel is the largest opening for these particles to come out, and they are going to settle around the path of the bullet and around any of the surface nearby where the wounding occurred.
So if there's soot on a jacket, for example, and I put my hands up there as a gunshot victim, I'm likely going to have GSR on my hands.
That's true. The particles are not going to be visible like the soot, they're going to be microscopic, but they are likely to be present in amongst the sooty deposits which are caused by the gun being fired.
Thank you, Agent Earl. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, actually, excuse me. I'm sorry.
So you can't draw any conclusions regarding whether someone shot or discharged a firearm from the fact that someone doesn't have any GSR on their hands, correct?
Yeah, the absence of the residue does not allow us to draw any conclusion about whether that person fired a gun.
Because gunshot residue may have been shed between the time it was present and the time when the GSR kit was collected and sampled.
Yes, if there was residue to begin with, it can be shed.
And, it's kind of the same question, but from a negative GSR result, you can't determine whether or not GSR had been present at one time.
That is correct.
And if someone has a negative GSR result, you cannot rule out the possibility of that person having discharged a firearm.
Can't rule it out, but no conclusions can be offered that it did happen.
So a person who has discharged a firearm could test negative for GSR because particles are just not detected, correct?
Well, if particles are not detected, that's the definition of a negative result. A person who fires a gun, studies have shown that there is a wide range of the numbers of particles that can be detected on the hands afterwards, usually more than one, but there have been situations when it depends upon the collection efficiency, whether any particles are collected.
Okay. So just to kind of break that down a little bit, no particles could be detected because either A, there were no particles there to begin with, right?
Correct.
Or B, it could mean that there were just such few particles collected that they weren't detectable.
It could be that there were few collected and they escape our detection on the instrument.
Okay, and so that's a possibility.
That is a possibility.
And kind of third scenario is the particles could have been shed prior to any collection attempt.
Correct.
Okay. And so you talked a little bit on direct examination about that, but the particles are not fused to someone's skin.
Don't know if I said that, but
Right.
it's not like it's not like paint which comes by and sticks to the skin. They will stick to the skin and adhere. They're very tiny. They will adhere to the skin unless they are dislodged or removed or washed away.
Okay. And so they can be removed by either a deliberate attempt to clean the hands or skin.
Yes, just through deliberate means or through just normal activity.
And you testified that it's not hard to wash off particles or gunshot residue, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's not hard, but it is washing the surfaces is definitely an event which tends to remove particles of gunshot residue.
And because we're in this, the time and world where we're at, where we're talking about a pandemic and COVID, I think you've talked with me before and gave the example that it's not like COVID where you have to wash your hands for 20 seconds, right?
Oh, no, I don't think that rule exists.
Okay. So the particles can also be shed through just normal day-to-day activities.
That is true.
Okay. Just when something else might come in contact with the skin, which could cause those particles to be shed.
Correct.
And you can't really say exactly how long you'd even expect to see gunshot residue particles on someone's hands after discharging a firearm.
No, there is no good way to predict the length of time.
And you testified in direct examination regarding, 4 hours with normal activities is something that has been reported in studies. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's a number that's frequently cited in the literature for the duration of time when enough normal activity things can remove particles.
Okay. And there are studies that vary on that length of time that have been done, right?
Yes.
And there are some studies that have shown that they drop off in as little as 2 hours.
Well, it could be right away.
Could be right away. Okay. So the sample that you tested, collected from Mr. Bonnell, was collected on February 16th, 2020?
That's correct.
And specifically at 5:30 p.m.
That's correct.
And you were given information about the condition of Mr. Bonnell's hands at the time the sample was collected, correct?
There was an information sheet, and that information is generally on the front of the kit.
Okay. And that information sheet advised you that his hand had been washed prior to the time of collection.
There's a checkbox that says were subject's hands washed, and that's checked.
And the check mark indicates.
That's my interpretation, yes.
Now, you were never asked to analyze a GSR kit from a Kevin Eastman, correct?
Correct, I was not.
The only GSR kit that you were ever asked to examine in this case was the one from Troy Bonnell.
Correct.
And you also weren't ever asked to analyze any items of clothing for the presence of GSR.
No.
Okay. And so there was some testimony on direct examination about how someone who has discharged a firearm or been in the vicinity of a firearm, there might be GSR that is basically expelled and lands on clothing. Is that right?
That is true.
And Ms. Guthrie gave you a hypothetical regarding wearing jeans to a shooting range and then putting some casings in a pocket. Do you recall that?
I do.
So in that hypothetical, if jeans were worn at the time that the gun was discharged, you might expect to find GSR particles on the exterior of those jeans.
I would, yes.
And you are unable to determine whether that's present without obviously having been able to examine them.
That's the purpose of the test.
Okay. And so in the example that Ms. Guthrie gave you, it was explicit that the jeans were worn at the shooting range. If we had a hypothetical, a similar hypothetical, I guess, where there were jeans that were only had casings or bullets inside of the pockets, but the jeans were not worn at the time of shooting, the only way someone would have GSR on their hands that would transfer is if they had perhaps put their hands in or come in contact with those items that had GSR within the pockets.
Well, that would be the situation if that was the only place where gunshot residue particles were isolated to inside the pockets. However, it's very hard to imagine how a pair of jeans could, in that situation, avoid having any particles on the exterior because a transfer could have occurred through an independent touching of the exterior.
And so when you say, sorry, could you state that again? I'm sorry.
Okay. It's hard to say that putting cartridge cases into the pocket would result in only gunshot residue particles to be inside the pockets. It's hard to imagine how the aftermath of that would allow the jeans exterior to escape being also places where particles are transferred to.
Okay. So there might be some residual particles that were merely transferred as opposed to particles landing if you were wearing the jeans while discharging a firearm.
Well, I think in your scenario, it would be the possibility that the hands that held the cartridge cases might also afterwards come in contact with the exterior of the jeans, and the hands would have been the source of the particles transferred to the jeans.
Okay. And in addition to that, when we're talking about, sort of ammunition that might be in a jeans pocket, it would matter whether or not those particles had, or, sorry, let me ask it this way. It would matter whether or not the ammunition had been fired or were live rounds, correct?
Live rounds of ammunition would not have gunshot residue particles on them unless it was transferred there from another source.
Okay. And so without knowing whether or not, first of all, how many bullets were ammunition, pieces of ammunition were in the pockets, or whether they were live or spent rounds, it would be impossible for you to determine whether or not you would expect GSR on someone's hands who were wearing those jeans.
Like I said before, the live rounds are not the source of the particles. It is possible that an independent transfer of particles could go onto that surface from another source that is related to a gun, or residues which have gunshot residue on it, surfaces which have GSR on it.
Okay. So we've obviously given you a lot of hypotheticals, and there's a lot of, it kind of depends, right? In terms of what your analysis would be.
That's true.
And without, the only way to say anything, more definitively than that is for you to be able to have conducted your own examination about the presence of GSR particles, correct?
The detection of the particles would require an examination of evidence that sampled that surface.
And there was no examination requested of any genes in this case?
No.
If I can have a moment. Nothing further.
Thanks. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Thank you, Agent. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May he be discharged from his subpoena.
He may be discharged from the people's subpoena.
Ms. Morris?
One moment. Your Honor, we have good contact information for Mr. Wu, but we'd ask him to remain on our subpoena.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Just given the time, we're going to take a 15-minute mid-afternoon break. Again, don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any independent research. Please do not listen to or read any news reports of the trial. Don't gain any information about the case outside of this courtroom. And please do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 3:25. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
You want to do that now? See if there's anything else. I don't take notes. You guys take those notes.
Sorry, guys. She's in the office. We ready? Okay. Once the jury comes in, if we could all please rise. Okay, welcome to be seated. Prosecution may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Masha Signaevsky.
Good afternoon. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat? Make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. And once you're settled in, we're all curious how to pronounce your last name, so if you can please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Masha Signaevsky. Last name is Signaevsky.
Great, thank you. You're welcome to examine.
May the record reflect, I got pretty close. All right. Ma'am, where do you work?
I work for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
In what capacity?
I am a forensic scientist in the biology section.
All right. Does that mean you conduct DNA analysis?
Yes.
Okay. What educational background do you have for that purpose?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Science from Florida Atlantic University and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Arcadia University.
What additional training do you have in the area of biological sciences specific to DNA analysis?
I have about 1.5 years of training at the CBI, which included hands-on training, quizzes, tests, lectures, readings, proficiency testing, and competency testing. And I also attend trainings throughout the year for my continuing education.
Okay. We've heard a lot about the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory. You're actually stationed in Denver at the lab there, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long have you been doing DNA testing for CBI?
I have been doing DNA testing for about 4 years, but I've been with CBI for 6 years.
And who were you with prior to that?
Prior to that, during my graduate school education, I was interning at a private lab in Pennsylvania called NMS Labs.
Okay. And have you previously qualified as an expert witness in the area of biological sciences or DNA testing?
Yes.
Approximately how many times and where?
22 times throughout Colorado, Adams County, Boulder, Arapahoe, Douglas, Jefferson County, and El Paso, and I think Broomfield City.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to biological sciences and/or DNA testing?
Yes.
What organizations are those?
I am a member of the American Academy for Forensic Science and the International Society for Forensic Genetics.
At this time, Your Honor, the people would offer Ms. Signaevsky, Signaevsky, is an expert in biological sciences and DNA analysis.
No objection.
Thank you. The court's going to find that Ms. Signaevsky pursuant to Rule 702, the rules of evidence, is an expert in the field of biological science and DNA testing. Based on her knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education, may offer an expert opinion with regard to that subject matter.
Thank you. Ma'am, did a coroner investigator by the name of Nathan Drake submit to you for analysis what would be described as a steak knife collected during the investigation into the death of Scott Sessions?
Yes, the knife was submitted to the CBI for analysis.
And did it come to you for that analysis?
The sample taken from the knife came to me, yes.
Okay, let's talk about that process a little bit. So the knife comes to CBI. Was another analyst or forensic scientist involved in doing something before your analysis began?
Yes, a serologist did the testing or collection of the sample prior to submitting it for DNA analysis.
Can you talk about what that serologist did with respect to the steak knife?
Yes, so the serologist opened the evidence, made sure it was correctly sealed and packaged, opened the evidence, described what she saw on the knife and the branding of the knife, took documentation of that. Then she scraped some debris from the knife into a tube, and then that was submitted to me for DNA analysis.
Okay. And Your Honor, the parties have reached a stipulation that the knife depicted in People's Exhibit 219 is the knife that was submitted to CBI Denver for analysis, and that the substance collected from this knife depicted in 219 is what was tested by this witness.
You agree, Ms. Devereaux?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mars. Thank you. So the court will accept the stipulation of the parties.
And just for reference, if we could publish 219.
Sure.
All right, ma'am, if you could describe for us the process that you used in analyzing the tissue or the substance that was removed from the knife by the serologist and submitted to you.
Yes, so there is a 4-step wet lab work process for DNA. The steps are extraction, quantification, amplification, and separation. In the extraction step, I am pulling the DNA away from the rest of the cell. In the quantification step, I have a chemistry that is telling me how much total human DNA is present in the sample. In the amplification step, I'm making copies, billions of copies of target regions on that DNA and tagging it with a certain color fluorescence. And then in the separation step, an instrument separates the DNA tags that I mentioned into different categories, which provides a DNA profile, which is peaks on a graph, essentially. Then after the wet lab work steps, I do analysis and interpretation, write a report to my findings, and then testify in court.
All right. And did you reach a conclusion based on your analysis?
Yes.
First of all, were you able to determine whether or not there was any human DNA present on the tissue or substance that was removed from the knife by the serologist?
Yes, there was.
And what additional findings did you make with respect to that knife?
In regards to my report statement,
Yes.
may I refer to my report, please?
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, may she refer to her report for purposes of refreshing her memory?
Yes.
Thank you. The partial DNA profile developed from the debris on the knife, which is our item 1.1, is not suitable for comparisons as the number of contributors cannot be reliably assigned.
Was there any determination as to whether there was also non-human DNA or tissue on that knife?
Yes, I did determine that there was non-human DNA present on the sample that I received.
And were you able to determine what type of non-human DNA tissue that was?
Yes.
Explain.
The science is not 100%. The manufacturer of the products that we use and the instrumentation in our laboratory have seen this type of pattern of the non-human DNA. So they did some research and are, it's not confirmed that the species is known, but it is very likely that it is from a species of pig or wild boar.
All right. Going back to the human DNA profile that you said was not suitable for comparison, why was it not suitable for comparison?
I could not determine the number of contributors in the sample.
Okay. And essentially, what does that mean? That there wasn't enough there to make an analysis, or was there some other component that was complicating the analysis?
So there was a couple complications. The sample was very low-level human DNA, and also we have DNA, we get half of our DNA from our mother and half of our DNA from our father. So at any given location, I'm either expecting to see 1 peak or 2 peaks. In this case, I saw more than 2 peaks at several locations, so that is what made me determine that I couldn't define a number of contributors for this sample.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Briefly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you talked about the type of pattern that you saw with the non-human DNA. You're referring to the way that it looked on the electropharogram, is that right?
Yes.
And you observed very tall peaks at various locations, correct?
Yes.
Which is indicative of non-human DNA.
Correct.
And your initial kit doesn't hold that information.
Correct.
Fair to say. But through your later research, you're likely able to identify that as belonging to a species of pig or wild boar.
Yes.
Now, whether there is animal DNA and whether there's human DNA and whether that's interpretable are separate decisions, right?
Correct.
The presence of animal DNA in this case was not why the mixture was uninterpretable.
Yes.
It was due to the low level or small quantity of DNA that was below the analytical thresholds.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that you don't deal with analyzing animal DNA very often?
I do not.
And so when you saw this result, you wanted to be sure what you were seeing was correct.
Yes.
And so you checked to see if the result was reproducible, right?
Yes.
And you re-injected this?
Yes.
And both injections and analyses that you did were consistent with one another?
They were.
And you were aware that the knife was found in a dishwasher, correct?
Yes.
That appeared to have been run?
Yes.
And that was based on your conversations with Darcy Fidek?
Mainly from the cover letter that was submitted with the evidence.
But you also spoke with her via phone at
I
a
did,
later
yes.
date? After you had issued your report?
Yes.
And so if I took a knife out of the drawer and used it to cut a pork chop or something, I could get a result like this, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Thank you. No further questions.
And do we direct?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. We appreciate your time. May she be excused from her subpoena?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's not under our subpoena.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
People call James Cook to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If I can please have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat and make yourself comfortable? I can please, welcome to adjust that microphone if you like. And once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Chris Cook. Last name is spelled C-O-O-K.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cook, do you live here in the Greeley area?
I do.
And did you grow up here in Walton County?
Yes, essentially.
And growing up, did you know a person by the name of Scott Sessions?
I did.
And were you friends?
Yes, we were.
And did that friendship continue into adulthood?
It did.
And did you and Scott grow up in the Mormon church together?
We did.
And did you also connect through Boy Scouts?
Yes.
Were you aware that Scott went on a mission trip in his early adulthood years? And do you recall where he went?
I'm sorry, can the witness please answer for the record verbally?
Yeah, it's important that you just speak loud enough and into the microphone so we
Okay.
can hear your answers. Why don't you re-ask that question?
Sure. And were you aware whether or not Scott went on a mission trip for the church in his early adulthood years?
Yes, I am.
And did you know where he went?
We went to Australia.
And have you spent a lot of time with Scott over the years since his return from Australia, which was a long time ago?
Off and on, periodically at first because of life and our age difference was a little bit, but then later on, more into adulthood, we had more time together, yes.
And do you remember Scott bringing any memorabilia back from Australia that the two of you talked about and looked at and that kind of thing?
Yes.
What do you remember him bringing back?
A boomerang.
And do you know how many boomerangs he brought back, if any?
No.
You know you saw at least one, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know how many times over the years you saw that boomerang, or how many times the two of you discussed it?
A handful. I couldn't put an exact number on it. Probably 5.
Is there any particular topic or anything the two of you did that caused you to talk about this boomerang that you remember?
Yes.
What was that?
We played disc golf on a regular basis, and oftentimes I would heckle or shag Scott for asking him if he wanted to bring that boomerang along with us, and he would always politely decline, and then I would kind of tease him about it, like maybe he was afraid it wouldn't return if we threw it, things of that nature.
And do you have a memory of any particular part of that boomerang that you saw that was in Scott's possession?
Yeah, particularly one.
And what is that memory as to that boomerang? What did it look like?
There was a big focus, at least to me and between the two of us, that it was a genuine article from Australia, and there was an emblem on the boomerang that indicated that it was from Australia.
And can you describe in any more detail what you remember that emblem looking like, or what it?
Your Honor, I would object. Can I please have a Bluetooth conference?
Yes, do you have your Bluetooth with you?
No, sir.
We'll get it. I think we were recharging them.
Ours are different. Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
we need to take up an issue outside of your presence that is going to be easier for us, not on Bluetooth, but if you're back in the jury room. So I'm going to have you please go back into the jury room for what hopefully will be just a few minutes, and then we'll have you come back out, okay? The admonitions I've given you before still apply. Let's all please rise for the jury. You're welcome to be seated. Okay, we are outside the presence of the jury. Do you want this witness here during this discussion?
No, thank you.
That's fine, we can excuse him.
Sir, if you wouldn't mind just waiting outside for a few moments while the lawyers and I discuss a legal issue, okay? Thank you. Mr. Wren, did you want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have just a moment. Your Honor, the backdrop to this circumstance is that there was a picture of a boomerang taken during the search warrant that was executed at Scott Sessions' house very early in this case. And may I approach?
Yeah, and that's Exhibit
5.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that was testified to, I believe, by Deputy Tyler Thomas of the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, that he took that photo during that search warrant. You've also heard testimony from Darcy Fedek that during the execution of the search warrant of Kevin Eastman's Subaru, she found a boomerang. And and that item was logged into evidence and later transferred to Weld County. But if I may approach.
That's Exhibit 137?
That's correct. It was offered, not admitted yet at this point. It's obviously a different boomerang than was photographed in Scott Sessions' house or garage, but it got us wondering, or caused us to think or question. It's kind of odd that Scott Sessions had an authentic Australian boomerang in his house, and so did the defendant in his Subaru when it was searched. And so we showed a picture of the top of the boomerang that is 137. When I say the top, I'm referring to one side has some snakes on it. And we had received information that James Cook, a good friend of Scott Sessions, may know something about the boomerang. And so we sent him a picture of the boomerang, said, "Do you recognize it?" We sent him a picture of the top of 137 and only the top. He said, "I don't necessarily recognize or remember the snakes, but the boomerang that I saw at Scott Sessions' house, I do remember It had, and I can quote from the Detective Atwood's report, to be specific. And for the record, this is discovery page 6185 and 6186.
What's that?
It's I believe it's the new report system. I believe it is.
What date is it?
It was printed on 12/14/21. You want to just look at what I'm reading?
Yes, please.
It's the next one.
This
This one, Mr. Cook, yeah. So 6185 and 6186. So Detective Atwood asked Mr. Cook if he could, and this was in a phone call.
When was that?
This was on February 16th of 2021. Ironically, exactly a year later. He asked Mr. Cook if Mr. Cook could describe anything from the other side of the boomerang, opposite this side with the snakes on it. Mr. Cook said he could. Mr. Cook described that he recalled in the center of the elbow or the bend of the boomerang, that he had previously seen, there was a green symbol design with a profile of a kangaroo that said something to the effect of made on Australia. And if the court looks on the other side of the boomerang, that is People's Exhibit 137 that was found in Mr. Eastman's vehicle, that's exactly what is on the backside of the boomerang. And so that is the people's offer of relevance and why this witness is being called. Now, to Ms. Devereaux's point, Mr. Steve Sessions, it sounds like, was watching the trial on TV or live stream, and Mr. Steve Sessions had received the boomerang from Scott's items after they cleared out his house and had given it to his son, it sounds like, as a gift and a memory of Scott. But the one that he received was not the one that's in evidence, but the one that the picture is of, People's Exhibit 5, because that item was never collected. So that is the boomerang that Steve Sessions gave to his son, and there was some discussion apparently during the trial where Steve Sessions contacted Mr. Cook, and Mr. Cook immediately reported this to us, and then we immediately generated a supplemental report and provided it to the defense. So this is how all this is coming about. But what my understanding from Mr. Cook, speaking to Mr. Cook, was during the trial is that Steve Sessions had informed him
have it right here.
Yeah, it may be easiest just to give the court a copy of the report. But there had been a communication between Steve Sessions to James Cook about the boomerang that Steve's son is in possession of, which is a different boomerang from our perspective and has nothing to do with the boomerang that was found in Kevin Eastman's car.
It does have something to do with it because circumstantially, these are two boomerangs from Australia. A very unique item.
Right. But when I say has nothing to do with it, we're not saying that the boomerang that was at Scott's house during the execution of the search warrant is the same boomerang that later ends up in Kevin Eastman's car. It's not. They're obviously different in appearance based on the picture, and we know that the boomerang was in Scott's house after Scott Sessions' death during the execution of the search warrant.
So what do you think Mr. Cook's going to say today?
I plan to ask him about what he remembers of the boomerang that he saw in Scott's possession when Scott was alive, and I believe he will testify consistent with what he told Detective Atwood back in 2021, which is that he remembers seeing Scott in possession of a boomerang, that on the back of it, at the elbow of the boomerang, there was a green symbol designed with the profile of a kangaroo, and it said something to the effect of made in Australia.
Okay. So he's not going to identify, he's not going to say the front of the boomerang is what I remember. He's going to say the back of the boomerang, the bottom half of the boomerang is what I remember.
Yes. And so whatever Steve Sessions is in possession of wouldn't have impacted this testimony because they're two separate boomerangs.
Ms. Devereaux?
Okay, one moment. You know, I disagree for some of the reasons why the court alluded to. I mean, they're very unique items that they're being offered for. I want to also let the court know that in the supplemental report, it says that James said that Steve told him that the boomerang that was in police custody, which was found in Kevin Eastman's car, did not look like the one from decedent Scott Sessions' belongings, which was currently, at the time of this report, in the possession of Scott's nephew. Steve also told James that the boomerang came from a box in storage in the decedent Scott Sessions' garage. So there hasn't been, first of all, there hasn't been any independent showing to this witness of that boomerang for identification. So that's one concern. The second concern is that we have, in one of the reports, I think it's the, pick it up one moment. It is the supplemental report. James told Detective Porter that he only remembered one boomerang belonging to the decedent. So this witness doesn't say he has two boomerangs. He only says he has one. And this witness was specifically told that the boomerang from Mr. Eastman's car is not the one that was in the garage that we have in the People's Exhibit 5. So that only leads this witness to believe that one, the one that is in People's Exhibit 134, is the one that he remembers because he was told this information from Steve Sessions in the trial. So I think it's very suggestive, and I also would tell the court that the whole reason why law enforcement contacted this witness was because essentially of a violation of another sequestration order, because Laura Stevens, who the court recalls was one of Mr. Sessions' old girlfriends, she's been an endorsed witness, was the one that connected law enforcement to this witness and said, hey, I think this guy, Mr. Cook, can tell you that and confirm that the boomerang you found in Kevin's car was the boomerang that belonged to Mr. Sessions. And up until this point, I mean, law enforcement has had how long to show this witness this boomerang and hasn't. And I'm also not sure how they're going to be able to get 137 into evidence through this witness and lay the appropriate foundation or relevancy.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Ryan?
At the time as Stevens talked to Mr. Cook, which was Quite a while ago, I don't believe there was any sequestration order that was being violated, though it was two people talking at that point.
So first, the court's going to find that these are very unique items, something that you would not normally find in somebody's possession. A wood boomerang that in exhibit number 5 says Australia in the front. In exhibit 137 has a symbol identical to the description made by Mr. Cook on February 16th of 2021, where a sequestration order did not exist. And he describes it in the center of the back of the boomerang with a green symbol with a kangaroo on it. That's exactly what we're looking at 137. And so first, the court is finding that it's relevant circumstantially because this is a unique item, an item that was found in Mr. Eastman's vehicle around the date of the alleged offense, one that was in possession of Mr. Sessions in his residence when they did a search warrant of his residence. And Mr. Cook could be shown by the prosecution the back of the boomerang and say, "Sir, does this look familiar to you? Can you identify this?" If he says he can, the defense will have an opportunity to voir dire. And the defense will certainly have an opportunity to voir dire whether he can identify the front of it or not. But it seems to me that it's absolutely relevant under Rule 401 circumstantially, that the probative value is not outweighed by the unfair prejudicial effect. And even if Mr. Sessions, which apparently for whatever reason, he spoke to a potential witness, I don't believe that him speaking to this witness taints the witness because the witness already spoke to law enforcement on February 16th and gave a detailed description of Exhibit 137. Very unique description of 137. So if you can't ID it, the conversation's going to end there. If you can ID it, you can certainly voir dire, or you can cross-examine if it's admitted into evidence. Okay? Let's bring the jurors back in. Let me give you these exhibits back, Mr. Wren.
And Judge, just before we bring the jurors out, going to the foundation, again, I'm not sure there's been appropriate foundation laid in terms of that boomerang that's in 137 was also found in Mr. Eastman's car.
I believe that was testified to by both Darcy Fedak and Detective Porter.
I believe they testified that a boomerang was found, but not that one.
No.
I'd have to look back at my notes.
Detective Porter testified that this boomerang was found. He offered it. The defense objected on relevance grounds, and the court sustained it at that time.
I agree with that. So that particular boomerang was identified. The relevance of that boomerang and the foundation could not have been laid, and that's why it was not admitted. This witness there's going to be an attempt for this witness to lay the foundation based on identification of the symbol on the back of that boomerang.
And I just want to make sure for the record that we have the prosecution saying that they have never shown, and we're not missing any supplements that indicate that that boomerang has been shown to this witness before.
We have not shown the back of that boomerang to this witness before. As I indicated and is referenced in earlier subs from a year and a half ago, photographs of the top of the boomerang with the snakes had been sent to Mr. Cook, but nothing displaying the opposite side, which is what he described.
Okay, and so him not being able to identify the top of it or the front of it is fair game for voir dire or cross-examination. Okay, let's rise, let's bring the jurors in.
Yeah, you can take this. Thank you.
Please rise.
Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Mr. Cook, you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
And prosecution is welcome to continue their examination.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cook, when we left off, you described some conversations and observations about a boomerang that you had with Scott Sessions while he was still alive, correct?
Correct.
And in February of 2021, so about a year and a half ago, were you contacted by law enforcement about this general topic?
You mean specifically the boomerang, or are you?
Yeah. Did they want to talk to you about what you might remember?
I was contacted. I received an email
Okay.
regarding that.
And in that email, was there a picture of the top of a boomerang?
Yes.
Was there a picture of only one side of the boomerang?
Yes.
Okay. And were you asked by law enforcement, specifically Investigator Atwood here in the courtroom, whether or not you recognized that item?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the top of the boomerang?
No.
Did you indicate that you might recognize anything else on the boomerang?
Yes.
And what did you tell Detective Atwood that you remember about the boomerang that was in Scott Sessions' possession that the two of you had talked about?
An insignia or emblem that represented or indicated that it was made in Australia.
And do you remember anything else about this emblem or insignia that was on the other side of the boomerang?
Yes, I remember it being the indigenous colors of Australia.
Which are what?
White and green and yellow.
And do you remember anything telling Detective Atwood on that date, specifically ironically, February 16th of 2021? What else you remember about the other side of that boomerang?
Primarily that emblem.
Okay. Do you remember what you told him about where on the boomerang that emblem would have appeared?
Yes, the center.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not real familiar with boomerangs, but it's sort of an elbow, so it would be in the curved part of the elbow, I'm sorry, I don't have the best way to describe that. In the middle of it.
All right. And have I or anybody else from law enforcement ever showed you the actual boomerang that was in police custody?
No.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, first of all, before I do that, let's back up just a
Your
moment.
Honor, I'd object. That's vague, given the last discussion we just had.
You want to go on Bluetooth because I'm not following what?
Yes, please.
And Mr. Cook, you were shown a photograph through an email with law enforcement of the front of the boomerang. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know how to determine what would be front or back, but just one side.
Okay.
Maybe it's easier to say top and bottom?
Sure.
Is that easier than front and back?
Top and bottom. Be perfect.
Okay. And you said that the photograph or the email photograph that you received, we'll call it the top of that boomerang, correct?
Okay.
Did you know whether or not you recognize the top of the boomerang?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then, was it then that Detective Atwood asked you if you could describe anything on the
Your
other?
objection based on the record the court just made.
Did you want to identify the boomerang that you're referring to that was sent to him?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So I'll overrule the objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
I've shown you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 47. Is that a picture of the top of the boomerang, namely the picture that Detective Atwood sent you?
Yes.
Okay. And could you say whether or not that was that side of the boomerang that you remember in the possession of Scott Sessions?
I do not remember those markings, no.
Okay.
On that side.
All right. However, were you asked by Detective Atwood if you remembered what was on the other side of that same boomerang?
Yes.
And then you proceeded to...
Objection, I would object to the classification of that same boomerang. Which boomerang are we talking about? Are we talking about the one in the picture we see or the one that he's being asked to identify?
I assume it's the one that is a picture in front of him.
Or is that the one that he remembers? That's the question. That's the lack of clarification.
Why don't you clarify that, Mr. Ryan?
Okay. You were sent a picture via email of People's Exhibit 47, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's the same picture that you were sent?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you recognized that and whether or not you knew whether or not it was the same boomerang that you had seen in Scott Sessions' possession. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was your answer to that question to Detective Atwood?
No.
Okay.
Does that mean that that was not Scott Sessions' boomerang that you recall? Or that you're not sure if the top is what it looked like in Scott Sessions' home?
I don't recognize it from this picture here.
Okay, so are you saying that that's not Scott Sessions' boomerang?
I don't know if it is for sure or not.
Okay.
So then were you asked if you could describe the other side of the boomerang?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were asked that question, had you seen any pictures of the other side of the boomerang that is depicted on People's Exhibit 47?
No.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Then did you proceed to describe to Detective Atwood what you remember being on the bottom, or the, if you will, of the boomerang that you remember being in Scott Sessions' possession?
Yes.
All right. And is that what you have just described to us?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you described the made in Australia and the green and white symbol of Australia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you also recall telling Detective Atwood on that date that you remember that the boomerang in the possession of Scott Sessions also had a green symbol design with a profile of a kangaroo on it?
Yes.
And all of that was in the elbow or the top of the boomerang?
Objection, leading.
Oh, sustained.
Well,
you can ask him again where that marking was.
Okay, I think he's already testified
He has.
to that. May I approach with People's Exhibit 137?
Sure.
Sir, I'm first going to show you what we've identified as the top of the boomerang contained in People's Exhibit 137, which appears to be the same boomerang that is depicted in People's Exhibit 47 that you were provided a picture of. Is that correct?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to take a look at the back side for the first time of this boomerang and tell me if you recognize this boomerang.
I recognize this logo here.
And you're pointing to a logo where?
In the center of the arch of the boomerang.
At this time, Your Honor, we would offer People's Exhibit 137.
You want here?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, sir, thank you. You testified with Mr. Wren a moment ago that you didn't remember a whole lot from the boomerang that you knew Mr. Sessions to have. Specifically, you just remembered the Made in Australia sticker, the triangle.
Yes, correct.
And you also testified in direct examination that you remembered a green, yellow, and white symbol.
Yes.
But you again spoke to Detective Atwood on February 16th, 2021, correct?
Sounds about right. I don't remember the exact date.
That was the first time that you were contacted by law enforcement about this boomerang.
Okay.
Yes or no? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. And on that day, you knew the importance of being very detailed with Detective Atwood about what you specifically could remember Scott Sessions' boomerang having for any kind of markings on it.
Yes, that emblem is what I remember.
Correct. And you knew the importance of being very accurate and precise with what your memory allowed you to remember?
Yeah.
And you were very truthful when you spoke to Detective Atwood?
Yes.
And on that day, you told him that all you could remember was a green symbol.
Well, objection mischaracterizes the statement made.
You'll have an opportunity to ask him further questions before I determine the admissibility of the exhibit.
You told Detective Atwood specifically there was a green symbol design with the profile of a kangaroo that said something to the effect of Made in Australia.
Yes.
You did not tell Detective Atwood on that day that it was also yellow or white in color.
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. And you also told Detective Atwood that it had been numerous years since you saw the boomerang.
Correct.
And you told him it was old, but it was in very good shape.
Correct.
And then you also had an opportunity, if I may have one moment. To speak to a detective from Weld County about this boomerang as well.
Correct.
Detective
I'm sorry,
Sherwood.
I don't know who's who and
That's totally fair.
where they work. I'm sorry.
It's hard for me after a couple of years keeping them all straight too, so I feel you. But do you remember speaking to Detective Porter from Weld County Sheriff's Office?
I don't recognize the name.
Do you remember talking to a detective from Weld County that was different from the first detective you spoke to?
I remember speaking to Justin.
Okay. What about Jerry?
I honestly don't recall that.
Okay, that's fine. And you remember telling a detective from Weld County that you remember that if it was Scott's boomerang, it would have been in pretty pristine condition.
Yes.
And you actually mentioned that twice, and you told him that the boomerang would have been in pristine condition because Scott never used it.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
concerned, Mark, I'm showing you it's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 137. I'm going to show you the back, okay? Is it fair to say that on the back, which is the same side that has the triangle that's green, yellow, and white saying Australia, Maine, there's numerous indents and scratches?
Yes.
In fact, part of the right side underneath the handwritten number 18-inch has almost discoloration.
Correct.
And that discoloration is consistent with wear and tear.
It appears as such.
And in fact, there's almost a portion of it, the wood, rubbed off or used to the extent that it's taken off.
I see that.
And on the left-hand side of the boomerang, there's also unique color discoloration.
Correct.
Specifically on the left tip, it's almost, or it's a much lighter colored wood than the rest of it.
Yes.
And the rest of the wood appears, and the boomerang appears to be almost like a dark chestnut color.
Yes, I agree.
And the tip is almost a walnut color, very light wood.
Right, yes.
And this is almost like a stripe that goes through the tip of the left side of the boomerang.
Right.
And that's not something that you recall Mr. Sessions' boomerang having.
I don't recall that.
And also, I'm seeing what looks like a barcode on the right portion of the boomerang. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
And that barcode is almost worn off.
Yes.
And there appears to be some sort of black ink or marker on it.
Correct.
And you don't remember that from Mr. Sessions' boomerang either.
No, I don't.
There's also a number 18 written in black marker.
Correct.
And it has what appears to be red ink on that location.
Yes.
And you don't remember that on Mr. Sessions' boomerang either.
No.
There also appears to be red ink, almost a stripe to the, if you're looking at the boomerang to the left of the worn off barcode.
Okay, I see that now.
And you don't recall this red stripe either.
No, I do not.
And then below that, as we're working our way left down the boomerang, there is what appears to be black ink on multiple portions of the lower half of that boomerang.
Right.
And you don't recall that from Mr. Sessions' boomerang either.
No, I don't.
And if we flip the boomerang over, and this is the top side that you previously identified that you don't recall.
Correct.
This does not, in your 30 years of knowing Mr. Sessions, and multiple times that you've seen this boomerang, you do not recall what this is, or you do not recognize this top of the boomerang.
I do not.
So you can't testify under oath, that just based on this top, that this is Mr. Sessions' boomerang.
Not on that, no.
Also, in the top portion, we see, if you're looking on the right-hand side, further discoloration in the wood.
Yes.
And that is not something you remember consistent with Mr. Sessions' boomerang.
No, I do not.
On the left-hand side, we also see more discoloration on the wood.
Yes.
And that's not something that you remember from Mr. Sessions' boomerang.
No.
And on the top of the boomerang, the top of the top portion, there's also further discoloration and wear and tear.
Correct.
And that's not something you recall being consistent with Mr. Sessions' boomerang.
No.
So when we're looking at this boomerang, sir, the only thing that you can testify to under oath is that you recognize this one sticker that just says made in Australia, made with a kangaroo.
That's correct.
But this, the sticker that you testified to, or you spoke to Detective Atwood about that you remembered, was just green in color.
Correct. I don't recall those words, but
And this barcode has specific numbers and lettering on it.
yeah. Correct.
And that's not something, again, you recall being consistent with Mr. Sessions' boomerang.
It is not.
Any other questions regarding your request, Mr. Wren?
No, Your Honor.
Can the parties go on Bluetooth? Any other questions for Mr. Cook?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. You're welcome to step. Any other questions?
No,
Thank you. You're welcome to step down, Mr. Cook. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, it's 4:30. The people don't have any additional witnesses scheduled for today, so I'd ask that we recess at this time.
Thank you. I'm sorry again. Can parties just go on Bluetooth one more time, please? Sorry, we're just trying to make some accommodations for witnesses. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be calling potentially a witness out of order just because this witness is from out of state and is unavailable after today. So we're going to have the defense call their first witness a little bit out of order, okay? And so the defense may call their witness.
The defense calls Seth Schulwerk.
Good afternoon, thanks for waiting.
Good afternoon, you're welcome.
If I can please have you come to the witness stand and I'll swear you in. Please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. Once you have a seat, bless you. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I could please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Thank you. My name is Seth Schwoller, and I'm a Colorado Wildlife Officer for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. My last name is spelled S-C-H-W-O-L-E-R-T.
Great, thank you. Ms. Morris, you're welcome to examine.
How long have you been employed by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife?
Full-time for about 4.5 years.
Okay, and did you have any experience with them prior to when you became full-time?
Yes, I did a couple seasons as a temporary employee.
In what geographic area do you typically work?
I typically work north of the Red Feather Lakes Road, between the Red Feather Lakes Road and the Wyoming border.
Okay, and does that does that include the Pingree Park area?
I'm not assigned to a specific patrol area, so the Pingree Park area I do patrol quite often during big game seasons when we're busier and whatnot. And
I'm going to just have you speak a little bit slower for the court reporter, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm technically out of the Fort Collins office, so I do patrol quite a bit of the front range foothills as well.
Okay, and back in February of 2020, were you still working out of the Fort Collins office?
Correct.
And patrolling kind of that same general area?
Correct.
And I want to direct your attention to February 10th of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And on that day, were you alerted that a body was found up west of Fort Collins?
Yes.
And how did you learn that?
Through a Larimer County radio channel.
And about what time did you first learn of the body?
Can I reference my case report?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Judge.
No, you're fine.
About 9:20 to 9:30 in the morning.
Okay. And where were you at that time?
I was on Highway 287 at the intersection of 287 and Highway 14.
Okay. And for those not familiar with that area, about how far away were you from the area where the body was ultimately found?
So that intersection is right at the base of the Poudre Canyon, and the Pingree Park Road goes down to the Poudre Canyon. So it was about a 40-minute drive time, I believe, for me. So I don't know, because it's very slow speed. There was a lot of snow on the ground that day, but I would guess about 30 miles or so.
Okay. And did you travel to that area?
Yes.
And when you arrived, was there anyone else on scene?
Just the road and bridge driver?
Had anyone from the Larimer County Sheriff's Office arrived?
No.
Now, when you said the road and bridge driver, was he a driver of a snowplow?
Correct.
And did you make contact with him?
Yes.
Prior to your arrival, are you aware whether the snowplow driver had approached the general area of the body?
Yes, I believe he did.
And from what you could observe, what were the weather and ground conditions where the body was located?
Pretty extreme winter conditions. There was several inches of snow on the ground, and it was actively snowing. There were several inches of snow that came down throughout the course of the time that I was there.
And given the report of a deceased body, did you take any steps to preserve the scene?
Yes, I limited traffic into and out of there. There were multiple volunteer fire engines that responded. So limiting traffic and anyone in and out of the scene that day was my priority. So I had asked the fire truck to stage towards the south to regulate anyone coming in and out from the south, and I staged myself to the north to keep folks out of the area.
Did you take any steps to limit the disturbance of any snow in the area?
No.
So I guess that's a bad question. Did you take any steps to preserve any footprint evidence that might have been in the area?
Yes, by limiting traffic of volunteer firefighters and things like that, yes.
Did the snowplow driver identify the path that he took up to the body?
Yes.
And can you generally describe the path that he took?
Yes, so he told me when I arrived on scene that he had walked up the hill at an angle, and then he had come straight back down, and that was consistent with the tracks that I observed in the snow when I arrived.
So were you able to locate his tracks in the snow?
Correct.
And were you able to see his footprints in the snow at that time?
Correct.
And that path of travel, where was that located in relation to the body and Forest Road 152?
The path of travel of the road and bridge driver?
Yes.
His foot tracks were on the Pingree Park side of the scene, not on the Monument Gulch Road side. They were on the Pingree Park Road side. I did not clarify with him if he had walked around at all at the scene, but the tracks going up and back down were on the off the Pingree Park Road.
And do you see any other tracks on that hillside between Pingree Park Road and where the body was located?
No, not until I went up there.
And did you see any evidence that anyone else had approached the body from that location, from down on Pingree Park Road?
Not from the Pingree Park side.
And did you approach the body?
Yes.
And when you did so, what path did you take?
I followed the road and bridge driver's path.
And did you walk alongside the path or in the same tracks?
I do not remember.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you.
In my report, I wrote, following the same tracks made by Road and Bridge 163. I don't know that I walked exactly in his boot prints, but along the same line.
Okay. And why did you do that?
To preserve the scene.
And when you approached the body, were you accompanied by anyone else?
By one volunteer firefighter.
And did he also walk along those same tracks as the snowplow driver?
Yes, when we got up to the scene, we were standing around slightly and there could have been some potential tracks right next to the scene there. But I directed him to stay in my tracks and follow me in and out of the area.
Okay, so you and the firefighter collectively only made one set of tracks? As close as you were able to?
As closely as we were able to.
Given the conditions?
Yes.
So what did you do after you looked at the body?
So we observed the body. It was obvious there was no need for medical personnel to come into the area to provide medical aid. So at that point, my focus turned to preservation of the scene.
Okay.
So I directed the volunteer firefighters to stage down on the road and to stage a little bit south on the road so that we could keep track of who was coming into and out of the area. So we left the scene alone.
Okay. And would you characterize that as securing the scene?
Correct.
And during that time, did anyone else approach the body?
Not to my knowledge, until Landmark County deputies arrived and paramedics arrived to pronounce time of death.
If I could have a moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said it was snowing when you were there?
Yes, sir.
Was it windy or was it pretty mild?
I don't recall it being overly windy. It's typically windy to some degree in that country in that time of the year.
And can you visualize the scene as you sit here now?
Somewhat.
Okay. You actually approached the body, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was laying next to a downed log, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember tracks going from the body to another downed tree relatively near the body, but in a different direction? Do you recall seeing those tracks?
Not specifically. How close?
Okay.
I recall seeing a significant amount of tracks on the Monument Gulch Road side of the scene, which is what I was focused on preserving.
Your Honor, if I could publish People's Exhibit 15.
Sure. Maybe you want to move that TV a little bit closer so he can see it as well better. There's a pointer behind you. Behind you? Yeah, but I would like you to talk into the microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're welcome to adjust that microphone if you like.
Can I move the TV?
Well, the jurors need to see it also.
Okay.
I know it's a little bit awkward.
Okay.
Is it okay if I step out for 1 second to get a better look at this?
Absolutely.
I could push it back too. So you can see it from the seat if you need to.
Is that photo taken from the Monument Gulch Road side?
Well, I can't provide testimony, but in any event, do you recognize what is depicted in People's Exhibit 15?
Yes, I do.
Where did you approach this? Well, can you see the body in that photo?
Yes.
Where did you approach the body from?
And when you're pointing, I want you to describe where you're pointing for the record as well, okay?
Yes, sir. I believe we approached from, if I'm looking at this correctly, I believe the Pingree Park Road is down in the draw of it on the top of the photo. I believe we approached from this side, which would be more or less the west side. I remember the log was in front of me, and I remember looking over the log and seeing the body.
So for the record, you pointed to an area above the log on the photograph toward the top third of the photograph as the area from which you approached. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could pull up People's Exhibit 14, please. And in this photograph, you can see a number of additional tracks in the snow, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with where this downed tree would have been located relative to the body?
This scene does not look familiar to me.
So you don't know if you or the snowplow driver walked through the area that is depicted on this photograph?
Correct.
No further questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. So how long were you up observing the body?
Not long, just a matter of a few minutes.
And you testified that you walked up and peered over the log, is that right?
Correct. I was right next to it.
Okay. And did you walk around the log?
No.
Sure. So I've handed you a diagram. Does that diagram, is that consistent with your recollection of the scene?
As far as I can remember.
Okay. And you didn't create that diagram, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One moment. So I just want to make sure it's really clear for the record here. Did you approach what side of the log was the body on?
Can you go back to the first picture that he showed me?
Sure, I think was it Exhibit 15? Could you please do that for us? Thank you, Mr. Wren.
I approached from the log side,
Okay.
not from the body side.
Okay, and is the body side the side closest to Road 152?
Yes, from my recollection, I believe 152 would be down in this direction, and I believe the Pingree Park Road is off in that direction. So, I mean, it's a tough angle, but yes, more or less, I believe Pingree Park Road is further to the west. Monument Gulch Road is coming down further to the east.
And Your Honor, may I approach the exhibit for a minute to ask a question? So looking at the log here, it kind of extends from the left-hand side of the photograph to kind of by the diagonal angle almost up to the top side. Did you at any point walk around or past this area right here at that dark diagonal we see this
I recall walking around a little bit in this area just to look and observe tracks and tire tracks that were further off towards the Monument Gulch side. I do not know with any level of certainty exactly where my tracks were in there, as I was focused mostly on the body and on the need to preserve tracks and tire tracks that were towards the Monument Gulch Road.
And the tire tracks and foot tracks that you saw were visible to you?
Yes.
And I think you testified on cross-examination that
you were focused on preserving those significant amount of tracks that you saw.
Correct.
Anything on the Monument Gulch side of that log?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May he be excused from his subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Have a nice day. Okay, so we are going to be in recess for the day. So tomorrow morning, the lawyers and I need to take up some legal issues outside of your presence. And so we're actually going to be here at 8:15 in the morning, but I would like you to be here at 9 o'clock so that way you don't have to wait like you did this morning while we're doing those things. And so 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? Let me give you the last admonition for the day. Until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anybody else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We thank you and appreciate your time, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. What I would like to do now before everybody leaves is to take an inventory of the exhibits to make sure that we're all on the same page. Okay?
I'm sorry, sir. What was that beginning part? I was trying to coordinate to make sure we had Mr. McLaughlin back.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I was just trying to coordinate to meet with my investigator to make sure Mr. McLaughlin's sub did not need to be continued on the record. It sounds like he's willing to come back tomorrow, so
Okay.
I apologize. I was not trying to
No,
not
that's
listen
fine.
to the court.
Oh, you're fine. What I would like to do is go through the exhibit list and take an inventory of what exhibits were admitted. It may be easier as far as the prosecution's exhibits to mention which exhibits were not admitted. So we're all on the same page. And so let me just wait for Christina, because I know she's been taking good notes also, and I just want everybody to be on the same page. Let's just wait for Christina to come back in here. You did? Okay. So you okay. Hey, Deputy Bartlett, can you have Christina come here when she gets a minute? Okay. I'm going to do an inventory of the exhibits. Can you just make sure to check with your list as well, since Cheryl is typing? So, in terms of the prosecutor's exhibits, I show that there was 234 exhibits that were marked. And they were all admitted except for the following. 37,
Correct.
Yes.
73,
Yes.
so if you disagree with me, just speak up. If you agree with me, no need to speak up. 88,
Judge, if we could double check on 73, our list indicates it was admitted, so if we could just look in
you show
the
73 one?
stack.
I don't believe 73 was.
Everybody else is saying no? Okay, then I trust that.
88, 106, 132, 135, 136, 137.
135 was admitted by us.
But as a defense exhibit.
You guys
Right,
have 135?
Agreed.
Right, it was admitted, but that item was admitted, but just under us.
Yeah, we'll go through the defense exhibits. I'm just going through prosecution right now. So 135 was not. 136, 137. 157. 158. 163.
Yeah, hold on, Judge, I'm
Sure.
sorry. We could slow down for a second.
I'm sorry, Paul.
157. Burns plastic from scene. Our notes indicate that was admitted.
157?
I believe it.
The three of us don't have it.
I don't have it either.
Okay, I
Right.
trust that then.
158? 163? 185? 190? 191? 202? And 229. Those are the exhibits that were not admitted regarding exhibits 1 through 234 inclusive.
Judge, we have that 202 was admitted.
202 was?
Yes.
I believe so. It was not by Ms. Fedak, but by a subsequent witness.
I think Ms. Videk identified it, but I never showed that it was admitted. You show it was admitted?
I show that it was not admitted.
This is why we do inventory. Okay, any other concerns about what I've said so far? We'll get to the defense exhibits in a moment. Okay, getting to the defense exhibits, I show A1 through 5.
Judge, I'm sorry, if we could back up one more. I was focused on that discussion of 202. Were there any others after 202 that
229.
were not admitted?
229 was not.
Everything after 229 you have is admitted?
Up to 234, yes.
Okay.
All right, defense exhibits. A1 through 5. B1, C, D1 through 4 inclusive, E1 through 4 inclusive, F, G, H, I, J, K 1 through 3 inclusive, L1, Amazon Mary 1 and 2, N, O, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W 1 through 5, X 1 through 20 inclusive, Z 1 and 2, GG, HH, LL, MM, NN, OO, JJ 1 through 3, KK 1 through 3, PP, AA1, AA4, AA5, QQ, RR, DD 1 through 3, DD 4 and 5, SS, TT, UU, VV, WW, XX, YY 1 and 2, ZZ, and GGG. Agreed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you anticipate, you let us know whether you're going to be resting tomorrow or not?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can please be here at 8. What I'm trying to avoid is they come in, they're here for a short time, then we take another break. If you need to put on evidence, that's perfectly fine, though, I get it. So if you could be here at 8:15, let us know if you're going to put on any other evidence or whether you're going to rest. Coordinate with the court reporter to get any exhibits that you need. Then at 8:30, we'll make a further record regarding a Rule 29 motion if we're ready to get there, and any Curtis advisement, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a nice evening.
You too.
Steve, could you let us know if you decide you're going more evidence so we can adjust our folks?
If we do, it'll probably be short.
Before we touch that, I want to get the items I need for tomorrow in just one area so I don't have to dig through.
Do you guys have sorry, I don't want to look at your stuff.
I was just
I'm writing
copying
it
down
down.
what
Do
he
you mind if I
said.
look at it?
I have it up in a different set of
So
notes.
I just, do you mind if I look? Okay, I just want to make sure, because I didn't hear a why, or saying why.
Yeah, it ended at SWB.
I think we missed why.
Do you think why was admitted? Is that what you're saying?
I don't have it, I don't know why it was selected. Do you think there was something that we missed? Do you have a copy on your computer?
I don't have a copy of the exhibit, so.